Jiggly booty on Eve, yeah, damn do my eyes deceive. How many squats to achieve? Please arch your back to receive. Dante dropped to his knees, Reza want her a squeeze. The way you clapping them cheeks now, so need them a piece. Beta testers, I do declare that the way the booty shaking made me stop and stare. Journals beware, you're in for a scare, but I bet you'd coom for a literal bear. Yeah, she moving in slow motion, and the way the booty quaking got me grabbing the lotion. Potion seller, I need your strongest potion. Used to have a teaspoon, now behold the ocean. Eve, please tie your shoelace, then park that ass right on my face. Girl, send this cock to outer space. Small step for man, leap for human race. Please make way for her arrival. Vital for boner survival. Eve might be new Lara Croft. Let's make things hard, can't do things soft. Jesus Christ, this shit's repulsive. It's no contest, it's compulsive. Das vidanya, ugly blats. More attractive things I've shed. This right here is ineffective. It clashes with our prime directive. Polygons unrealistic. Please go reapply your lipstick. Shift up, cheeked up, we salute you. Please don't let so need downgrade you. Kodia sucky my wallet and make me holla. Shit, I'd buy that for a jolly. Bud Light, Jaguar, Target, Boeing. Diverse discrimination ongoing. Spit too much truth, prepared to be slandered. Head chalk fails DEI standard. She's all woman, not body type B. NetEase pledge edge unseen since the 90s. China less commie than a woke neo-Marxist. Blonde white woman invigorate the market. Call me Ben Grimm cause I'm all bricked up. Fantastic Fanny Sue Storm got a dump truck. Problematic from a bygone era. Less gay than he him was aware. Absolutamente Chloe to hetero about to flush a rainbow. Asian prophet suddenly a no male gaze wins because it's not homo. Mentally ill says Meta on trans. Flame on! California stands. Oops, all smoke hydrant, no water. UK law won't protect your daughter. Pronouns race swap butch, oh my. Record layoffs in 2025. Since woke left good money on the table. Government ban everything but cable. Beauty bad says another TQ plus male gaze hater oozing mucus. More nutty than a sharded deuce. Inclusion has exhausted its use. Frontline feed and naughty neat gaze. BDSM boys loving my deep space. Guys are happy as long as we're together. Gals choke chains, syringes and leather. Fat ass moo cow, put it on my face now. Make my dick say ni hao. Kenzera's out say popos out. Genshin Impact's endless zone throws the freaks a meaty bone. Turn the tides of annihilation. Penetrate bald-headed bitch stagnation. To be or not to be. Sue and read matrimony. Not out for clout, no doubt, no diggity. Cause an earthquake, shaking them cakes giggity. Can you tell I can't wait for jiggly booty mecha break? Twitch approve my ding-a-ling for first ascending hot spring. GTA 6 better have big titties. Anime and Anta need tree fitty. Kyle no, Kyle stop, Kyle deeper. Bumba clot. Came for the gamer, shouldn't have missed. Rather be dead than caught with this. Ugly and androgynous. No tacos, no sausages. Pronoun chest, I can't digest it. East versus west, it's no contest. Crimson Desert, Inzoi, AstroTurf, Aloy, Wu-Chang, Wukong, Wu-Tang, Bing Bong, woke gay devs, non-binary sewing. Rather watch titties go boing, boing. Chi, oh, bye. Moge, 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 moge. Good heavens, I might faint. Polygons give hoary, tingly taint. Harley farts, you beg for more. Lady parts, too much to endure. Tourist, zoomer, closet, coomer, purist. Kyle slice out the tumor. Against the law, better not misgender. Gooner, must be short, public spender. Tick-tock, brain rot, thought, frost, too hot. Brain cells, one shot, bot. Wish he had a slot. Weird, called it kettle black, blonde. Cause a heart attack. Spoil she, they, suddenly I wanna play. Non-binary glaze, can't stop the male gaze. Abridge array sensor, edit redaction. Western game flex, negative traction. Force extraction, zero attraction. Garbage, not to my satisfaction. You say gooner, we say profitable. Heterosexual, indomitable. Ones and zeros, rip and tear. You choose the bear and we just don't care. Dud incarnate, without a clue. How can they stay out of noxious you. Record breaking schedule 1. Inject the port, sweet baby's done. Access shills cannot stop the lies, mad cause of what's in between their thighs. Paradise, another crypto scam. Girls don't need to say it is ma'am. Beta testers, them ass cheeks. Took my breath away, now I can hardly speaks. Hot as fuck when we was used to ugly. When it come to bad bitches, ESG is struggling. Larry Fink spiked your drink, made my dick shrink with his ugly kink. Sexually offending, YouTube stay suspending. Honest Engine, Unreal Engine got my textures rendering. Next on they way to glory with another killer like Maple Sutori. When that ass hit me, I feel no pain. About to break a bitch's back like my name was Bane. Let's solve a mystery, bitch I got a clue. My limp dick is history, I melt like fondue. You can call me Moses, cause like the Red Sea, with rod in hand I'll make those cheeks part for me. I'm not into butt stuff, but I'll reconsider. Name your price, I'll be the highest bidder. Niggas in the West tryna ban a word female, but when I saw that booty bitch I knew I had to set sail. Full mast, my Jimmy got a blast. Might have to think of grandma to help a nigga laugh. Brace from my probe, so my findings are conclusive. Appreciate a pussy that's diverse and inclusive. Behold and savor, that ass a piece of art. I bet someone in the comments would that thought. Where's me mallet? Crush the pussy like I'm Gallagher. I'm about to blow sky high like I'm the challenger. Beta testers, the thigh jiggle. Made my pants tight and my willy wiggle. Emma Frost, crusty, West nervous, brown dust, pelvic thrust for fan service, musty best swerve, this busty chest curve is making me shoot diamonds, yes I deserve this, she'll huff the glue like a lead paint liquor, need a woke exorcism, call the vicar. Sony read emotion, Bungie want a safe space, do any men work here or is it only mistakes? Remove the voice chat, girl boss cancel, cremate your politics, Gretel and Hansel, do not redeem, define woke to an Indian, squat, produce brown and call it an opinion, psych it's deleted, just got budgeted, Bungie defeated, nobody skeeted. Let's solve a mystery, why they love shoes, sweet baby toes blistery, this hoe hate who? Sony crank a price hike, micro no contest, hetero, halo too hard to digest, Neo my design, wonton dim sum, DEI decline, obliterate your income, Nintendo succeed in their mission, yo comprendo, profit no division, looking like if pronouns designed Cortana, you hoping we buy it but I said nobody wanna, 4chan hack reveals government, Janny's global homo couldn't turn you into Hello beta testers. Allow me first to make sure that I'm actually at the maximum volume from the microphone. Turn that down, turn that down. Yup. And hello to anybody who may be here. I'm actually gonna adjust this a little bit more. Bring it to me. Today I wanted to go over what I felt. Yeah. What I felt would just be a healthy reminder of the pettiness that goes down in the gaming industry. You know, I kind of collage, catalog, just show people why I guess people like me might be upset with a lot of what's going on in the gaming industry. It's not complicated. It's not difficult. People can misconstrue or try to imply that this is about women in gaming. No. It's about this deliberate thing that you're doing that is going to result in just the utter destruction of something that some of us used to hold dear. So this leads us organically to Crystal Dynamics and how they have treated Lara Croft. A person has been kind enough to make a video called How Crystal Dynamics Failed Tomb Raider and Lara Croft Twice, and you and I are going to be watching it together so that, you know, if you feel there are holes that you can poke in it, just leave it in the comments and those will be on the side of the screen for anybody to see. But I want us to get a bit of a refresher. The video is a year old, again by Seth, Mackenzie here, huh? And, we're gonna go ahead and give it a listen. Say my name if you'd like my attention. I guess you could donate to interrupt, but you know I'm not looking for that specifically. But I would like you to interject, so to speak, if you feel there's something that you'd have in the way of input. You know that my first big kind of, tango with Crystal Dynamics was their game Marvel's Avengers that they did not handle well because, let's face it, it came out, it didn't have the amount of players that it needed to have, it wasn't as good as it needed to be, and you know, they just lied to people for years and years and years and years and years in ways that little pussy boys defended because they had nothing better going on. A lot of them were lonely. This was the first time they had ever found kinship or bond or friends online. Other people were shilling it, trying to get their channel off the ground, trying to, you know, spread those cheeks and get on their knees and pop their mouth open for some thumbnails to get whoever might be offering them some money for something. And they would not hesitate to remind you, at least I'm getting paid to spread my asshole. And it's like, all right. I'm glad for you guys. But it was always them chasing the people telling the truth, never the other way around. And here we are. Crystal Dynamics is in a funny situation. They could barely work with the people at the initiative to get this Perfect Dark thing happening. And now that it's canceled, you know, I can't help but find it a bit amusing because, and as we go into this video, maybe you'll understand a bit of their past. So I love you, and it's been a while since I've seen you. You know, I hope that you're eating and keeping those breasts a good size. You know, Dia has retired for the night, so I say that like she's not a couple of meters, you know, whatever. But you guys are going to need to be not just entertaining, but like entertaining in a sexy way as well. Forgive me while I'm just putting this button away because I wanted to have the button that I could press for my lovely Crystal Dynamics little, what's the name of that? That thing's called like GV something. Normally it would be at the top. So let's see if I click the wrong thing. You'd want source visibility, and then the source would be whatever that GV posted thing is. So it should be this. Perfect. So let me just drag and drop the image right into the soundboard, and that will allow it to be easier to distinguish. Forgive me for taking so long here. We're going to go ahead and begin the video now, if none of you have anything to say. Hello to all of you. Here's hoping you're well. You know, drop your cup sizes or whatever the hell you're worried about in the chat, and just say my name if you need to get my attention. Otherwise, we'll just move forward. Hello to all of you. Love you again. I'm seeing Phantom Crustacean saying Kyle Uma Musume has been popping off harder than I expected, but that's what happens when you're selling points. When your selling point has characters with legit gripping stories. Yeah, based on real characters, given all the charm and personality that only anime can. And that's why, even when the West has to try to tango with, you know, like a cyberpunk anime, the anime studios have to assert themselves and say, no, we have to do this way. This is what we want. And we hope that more Japanese studios will do that moving forward. Otherwise, you know, it's going to be China and Korea taking all the money. So let's get it.
Crystal Dynamics is the current developer of the Tomb Raider series, and while some see them as the squeaky clean saviors of the franchise, they have built a negative reputation for themselves for their long history of contempt and disrespect towards the original developer Core Design, which... I
wonder if you guys might like some, close captioning here. And I would make this like tiny, right, and do my thing in the background, but like, I don't know, I feel like you're gonna want to see it. You're gonna want to see it. I don't know, maybe something like that. And have those other commercials been frozen over there? What's going on over there? Let me guess. It drifted clean off of the commercials, and whatever this is just some kind of like, yep, typical. So, let me do this, and then click that, click this, click that, bury this, and forgive me, we're totally good to start right now.
I'm gonna chronicle for you. This is to let anyone know who might not know why Crystal are so disliked and come off as toxic. I'm also gonna rationalize why it's felt that Crystal Dynamics have failed both the character of Lara Croft and the gameplay of Tomb Raider.
Y'all gotta remember, you and I as gamers are not the type of brothers who would be using terms like toxic. The types of people who do use the term toxic, you know, they're the people that are supposed to be on your side. And if you can't keep them on your side, man, you really fucked up. You really fucked up. You really worked up. So let's continue. I apologize. It's gonna be good, baby. Just getting everything in the right position so I can see it without fucking around.
Twice.
Fucked up.
Crystal Dynamics are a US-based developer who got Tomb Raider handed to them whether they wanted it or not by then parent company Eidos in around 2004.
There was a kind of a series of emotions that we went through when we found out that we were going to get to make the next Tomb Raider game. You kind of realize, holy crap, we have to make the next Tomb Raider.
This was after UK-based Core Design, the founding developers of Tomb Raider's 6th and last Tomb Raider game, failed horribly due to Eidos forcing 5 Tomb Raiders in 5 years from Core Design.
They had a year to make 5 of those games. Okay. Is that true? One of y'all should look that up. I'm not saying I don't believe the dude. It's like, wow. Anyway. So Core Design made Tomb Raider. Put all that love into this thing that took over the world. Ended up with an Angelina Jolie movie. Just blowing minds. Oh my god, this sassy lady, British lady in a fucking pistol. She's like the woman Indiana Jones, but she kicks ass. And they were popping a game out a year, which is not an insane thing back then, you know? Because they were truly putting that pressure on a lot of these gaming studios. However, I understand, of course, the challenge being, fuck me, you how are you going to distinguish these things? How are you going to kind of like iterate and make them better or unique when, you got probably less than a year in some of these cases to really churn this shit out. Oh boy, but it's the same as it ever was in gaming.
6th one developed concurrently with the 5th. There have been 2 eras from Crystal Dynamics, as in 2 reboots, so 2 timelines. The Legend trilogy and the Survivor trilogy, of which both times they've deviated massively from the franchise roots. Right out of the gate with Crystal's first Tomb Raider, Legend, in 2006, they showed their uncooled...
Andrew says, yup, and members of Core kept leaving from burnout, and they kept getting replaced. And I want you to know, that's a song as old as time with every game studio ever. Every game studio ever is constantly having this turnaround or turnover with employees that are just like, you know, we're not doing that anymore. And then they get new people in there. Whew. I mean, shit.
For hostility. Preemptive note, in isolation...
Equable says, I love curvy women with big boobs. That's problematic depending on who you talk to. You know what I mean? That is problematic, buddy.
A lot of the things I'm going to present are inconsequential, but collectively do absolutely make a case for why a lot of the player base do not like these guys, so stay with me until the halfway point at least. When promoting Legend, these are the kind of comments they'd make.
What do you have to say to anyone who may have lost faith in the Tomb Raider series?
Well, first of all, I understand. You know, you played 6 games in a row and they were all kind of the same.
The interactions you have in those tombs, it's less about pulling a switch in one room and then running to a door 5 rooms away. Her gear is all visible on her. She comes in with her pistols. You don't put 5 million weapons into her backpack. We and everybody else still thought that Lara was...
Nigga, what the hell is wrong with that? This is the beginning of pussified, like, queef huffing jackassery in the fucking gaming space. What the fuck? Because, like, we're doing the realism thing already, you know? So, like, Doom is a surviving motherfucking property, no matter how shit they kind of do the, you know, how dirty they do. Microsoft does everything dirty. They kill Halo. So this thing, if they could do it effectively, it would still appeal to the same audience and demographic that it did before. These things work, motherfucker. So you got this issue, you could take it up with your fucking makeup and your purse, because it works. Maybe not for you and your dumbass, because you think that you're special and you're intelligent, or who knows what's going on with you and your lady problems. But this shit works. So no, it would be stupid, because we should be able to carry more than 2 or 3 weapons as a super soldier. Are you trying to make more development time for yourself? Making it so that it would be visible on you? Or is it possible to just have maybe the one thing but why aren't you imaginative enough to make it so that it's a technological thing where, like, you're kind of phasing it into or extending it? You know what I mean? Whatever you want to call it. I think these people are so fucking stunted. They're so boring. They suck so much balls that's why we end up with this shit. Because as a magic nigga, as an extremely technologically advanced nigga, why couldn't you just make yourself a kind of exoskeleton if what you want to do is physically be out there? Why are we seeing you at all? If you're technologically savvy, why don't you pilot a drone? Why don't you make yourself, like, invisible and have, like, another person be who's seen? Like, Jesus Christ, you're boring. And you're ready to pander out of laziness, but what you don't realize is the opposite of what you're saying is, what, everything that she's carrying should be visible on her? Think of how much work that is for you to do. In a game that, again, is not fun because you're worried about the wrong shit. What is worried about the wrong shit outside of a picture like this? Uh-oh, another Kyle picture. Let's talk about Senua's Saga. A game that they spent all this time on all this shit that's not making a fucking video game. So at the end of the day, it's not really going to be remembered by the people who would need to remember it, the gamers. You people want to make movies so bad that you're basically trying to gaslight people into believing that your fucking movie game is a game. It's not. You can interact and engage with the content by unpausing your slop, but it's not a fucking game. But look at all the hair on her face and shit. Whoa. Oh my god, and her facial expressions, and I'm Hideo Kojima, I'm going to make OD with Jordan Peele. I'm black and this is whack. Do you get what I'm saying? So, make a fucking video game, or stop calling your shit a video game. I'm properly triggered specifically by him going, she doesn't pull out a bunch of what? So she should only have 2 weapons at a time, because you need it to be so realistic in this video game that you're only seeing whatever she has, you must see. And I'm saying the opposite version of that is that maybe he looks at other games where you're pulling a weapon out of your ass and he's thinking that should just be animated as all over his back, and he's carrying it under his arm and he has a strap. So whether so many straps and buckles, oh my god, you make superheroes and you like overcomplicate everything. I'm so sorry. I didn't think that we get that much bitch this far into Crystal Dynamics past before we get to like modern Crystal Dynamics. Not that he's going there. This isn't about Avengers or anything leading up to, you know, the dog shit they're trying to fuck with these days. But it is indicative of what we're dealing with, because it could have been one fairy just scattering all of that dust upon the rest of the studio, and over time it just gets gayer and 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 up in a compound, and you just like concentrated. Ooh, it's potent. You just drop it on something and it immediately comes to like you know what I mean? It's got the right wrist action, you know what I'm saying? It's a little sparkly, a little rainbow flavored. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's our rainbow that you tasting in the air when it's around. No, man. You know what I mean? Fruity. Let's go, my bad.
Cool. We were just frustrated with the game.
It is business 101 not to criticize someone else's work, especially within the same product line, in order to make yours look superior. It's just poor conduct. When Crystal released their revised replacement character biography for Lara to the public, it said, quote, "Predictably, there have been a number of unofficial biographies printed about the young Countess that attribute wild and fantastic feats to her exploits, ranging from the discovery of living dinosaurs in the Congo to infiltrating the infamous Area 51 in Nevada." The official line from the Croft estate to these works is simply that these books are utter rot. Disgraceful, trashy works of total fiction.
He used the term utter rot for his thumbnail, with kind of how Crystal viewed Core's iteration of a character they inherited, obviously intending to go in a much gayer direction with Lara Croft, with the irony being that she didn't show up as skimpy in the games until Crystal was in charge. So they had like this museum thing, and they were implying, you know, Lara Croft as a character was sexist and, you know, all this, you know, like full-on misogyny kind of cringe. Full-on Anita Sarkeesian cringe. Like, nobody can have fun because you ugly bitches have decided that, you know, this is triggering, it's objectifying, it is reinforcing societal, stereotypical, heteronormative, patriarchal, supremacist views, and it's commie shit, you know? Commie shit that gets in the way of anybody having a good time because a pretty woman is triggering to these sociopaths. So, of course, the irony layered on top of this joke of a fucking studio is that they had shit to say about a character that they sexed up harder than the people who came before. And I don't know, man. The extra irony for me is the recognition that Lara Croft would never have had the attention she had if not for the like hyper-sexualization that these losers leaned into. Because the commercials were certainly salacious, and, you know, where it went was it was appealing to men, for God's sake, the majority fucking audience, not just with games, but you're casting Angelina Jolie, who at the time was a big deal. Shit. It'd be casting Sydney Sweeney these days, bro. That's who this character is. So I guess you'll hear it, man, but it's just like this Alex Battaglia douche from you know, Digital Foundry. And these people are somebody that you know because they hold a ruler up to games and go, okay, well, it's not performing the way it should, and then here's the rig we was running it on. We compared it against this, and here's the side-by-side. That's what we know you for, you fucking idiot. So you're jumping in to talk about how an attractive woman in a video game, because everybody got to look like this, is actually problematic and unappealing and unattractive and product of a bygone era. And he actually went as far, and people call me a mean guy, but if I were a mean guy, I'd always talk about how in the clip where he was saying all of these things, because I don't play the clip for anybody, I just show that picture of all of the things he said so that people walk away from me equipped with what they are allowed to say about this shit. If he and his sassy gay energy can say all of that shit and then lust after men, because that's fine for a homosexual, right? And we as heterosexuals can lust after women and say that we would prefer something in the entertainment that we're paying for that doesn't look like it is a lecture. Because we shouldn't have this, but those words that he used, we can apply to this. And I go forward in saying, the clip in which he says all of that shit, he ends it by saying, you know, it's not better character design, like I prefer like Forspoken. And brother, every time I think about him bringing up Forspoken, because this is before the game came out, it's like the shell shock of all shell shock. Because we couldn't go undercover, we could not parody or like satire these guys in a way that is funnier or gayer than what they are all about. We couldn't do it if we tried. And it feels to me a lot like the people who end up in these studios who are nothing. They're parasites to this thing that they inherited. And instead of showing it respect, they're using it as a vehicle for their agenda. And instead of having the sense not to compromise this thing entirely immediately, instead of having the sense to, at the very least, slowly, gradually take this in another direction, they popping off at the mouth in ways that don't seem to make no sense. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let me continue because we could be here all night. My bad.
End quote. That's either an innocent wink to the fanbase or a condescending, reductive shot at core design. I might have considered it to be the former, but in combination with everything else just makes me interpret that as unwarranted nastiness about the classic Tomb Raiders. The opening title montage of Legend shows a classic Angel of Darkness Lara render immediately being figuratively mowed down by Legend Lara's motorbike. The placement is a little bit too convenient. It just happens to be the only classic Lara render among all the other imagery and just happens to be followed by new Lara's bike riding over it. In the Peru level, the Angel of Darkness character model from early in Legend's production is suspended outside the map, a few inches underground beneath a heap of dirt, no doubt symbolizing classic Lara's burial. This can't be a coincidence.
What the fuck?
It just happens to be a few inches beneath dirt in a burial chamber.
So wait, there's a render for an old version by Cores. That's some kids. You know, I don't know what to say. I don't want to be like, oh, you know what I mean?
Flashback.
It is weird.
Starting to see
It is.
a theme here. Wouldn't you agree? While Crystal were working on Legend in 2006, core design pitched...
Oh, I thought that was going to be more, you know, but what about this? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So what I'll say is, I don't know. I guess it does cross the threshold of coincidence. It is effort. Because it is not one of your models, it's one of the older models for Lara Croft. I like to think, I don't know, if I were a fan working there, I'd be hiding all kinds of stuff in the game that I prefer, see if anybody else catches it. And maybe, you know, maybe it could also have been hidden there as like a, but why there? You know, is there significance in where they'd put it? I don't know, man. Maybe I do more and make it clear. Nah, you don't want to do anything that draws back to you. Whatever. I don't know. It's petty, says MBN Hedger. Yeah. Say my name if y'all trying to. I don't know, man. I can't nail that down, yeah.
Remake of Tomb Raider 1 to SCI, the company who absorbed Eidos but continued to trade under the Eidos name, and they actually greenlit it. Crystal caught wind of this and went running to Eidos/SCI behind Core Design's back to convince them to cancel it and keep Tomb Raider in one place under Crystal. Eidos allowed Crystal to develop their own Tomb Raider 1 remake for 6 months unbeknownst to Core, so Eidos were devious enough to have two developers essentially making the same game, with Crystal knowing but not Core knowing. Core did not know about the Crystal Dynamics project when they were suddenly told to stop development. They only found out they'd been strung along and Crystal had their own remake, which is the one that exists today,
Jesus
the same week as the general public.
Christ. Is this... And that's a Kotaku article, man. Yikes. No. I'm hearing this right?
Crystal caught wind of this and went running to Eidos/SCI behind Core Design's back to convince them to cancel it and keep Tomb Raider in one place under Crystal.
So why did the... Yo, that's sick, man. They let them develop the game?
Lit it. Crystal caught wind of this and went running to Eidos.
Hold on.
While Crystal were working on Legend in 2006, Core Design pitched a remake of Tomb Raider 1 to SCI, the company who absorbed Eidos but continued to trade under the Eidos name, and they actually greenlit it. Crystal caught wind of this and went running to Eidos/SCI behind Core Design's back to convince them to cancel it and keep Tomb Raider in one place under Crystal. Eidos allowed Crystal to develop their own Tomb Raider 1 remake for 6 months unbeknownst to Core, so Eidos were devious enough to have 2 developers essentially making the same game, with Crystal knowing, but not Core knowing.
That they can just get away with that kind of shit makes me, like, terrified for how many times this kind of thing has happened. Yo. I'm telling you, man. I remember when, people were coming forward with all kind of like UFO news and shit like this, and it brought out like psychiatrists and psychologists, and one person actually was telling me how when I'm going on about video games like endlessly, there's this passion and blah blah blah, and they said that there's this sense of righteousness that comes out of me fighting for what I believe are people that have been wronged. If only in the same way I've been wronged, where my money's been stolen, my time's been wasted. You have people in these development studios that are giving it their all. They're injecting, not, you know, figuratively, their blood, sweat, and tears into this fucking job that they're going to work every day, that they may or may not like, that they're spending time, they're hoping they're spending it, not wasting it, on a project that for years will culminate in something that has to look like this because of a bunch of activists. So it's kneecapping this thing before the race begins. You guys like your fucking Uma Musume fucking horse game? Imagine just sawing off 2 legs of this horse before the race began. That's what putting this shit on the box does. You know why? Your majority audience is boys. And the boys would rather play a gacha and give them $20 to $100 million a fucking month than play this dog shit that you're trying to charge us an arm and a leg for it not to even be a video game, but just to be a sequence of hallways separated by a bunch of cutscenes that really are jam-packed with that message you want to show us. And please watch this so that we can then make cutscenes and vignettes and shorts and then a secret level show. You know, Dia and I were laughing at this motherfucker who came out during this one show and was absolutely crying about ready to present Secret Level to you guys. You guys remember Secret Level? Should I have that on a soundboard where, you know, that's a button that I can bring up and then laugh and laugh and laugh, motherfucker? Because the beauty of Kyle is that I can punch through this shit instantly and show you what the agenda is. Is this what you like? Is this what you need? Is this what you looking for? You need this woke treatment in everything that you fucking consume? Concord, nigga, you smoke that? Herman Hulse thinks you do. Herman Hulse thinks that Horizon is the most important fucking property, franchise, whatever you want to call it, out of Sony. You don't like it, but you don't have to. Doesn't matter if people are buying Last of Us games, they're going to keep remastering them. They're going to keep rearranging them and remaking them. Do you like looter shooters? Do you like live service, kind of like Extraction? You want to play like a heist game, but it's like a political thing, and it's like the rich and the poor, and you want to play fair games, bro? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, no disrespect, because Sony is a whole different bucket of slop, but I can tell some of the people that are doing and implementing a lot of these things, they don't really care what happens tomorrow. They worried about right now. They worried about numero uno. And the only reason, because there's nothing wrong with that. Worrying about numero uno, that's survival. Eminem might say it's survival of the fittest. Live or die. You know they use that in Call of Duty? I think it was Call of Duty Ghosts. They was using Eminem for a lot of Call of Duties for a minute. Anyway, man, the thing that makes it hypocritical and ironic and just stupid is that they're the one lecturing us. They're the one on this moral bullshit, and we're problematic and our behavior is toxic, and how dare I use this terminology, I speak like that. But like you don't care about the people around you. You're pretending. What's that all about? Huh? I'm so dirty. I'm so tired. I keep doing this. Keep doing this to myself. Oh my god. Continue, dude, because I could go on all night. Shit.
Core did not know about the Crystal Dynamics project when they were suddenly told to stop development. They only found
Wait,
out.
what do you mean? Creator says that's like the futa argument Synthetic Man makes? Wait a minute. There was somebody in the Discord that would always bring up futa and Synthetic Man. Let's figure out who that was and see if it's whoever Creator's Freedom is. You know what I mean? Remember, somebody had some kind of weird name and they couldn't keep their autism under control. And they were in the Discord, and I think one of the things that they would always talk about, because it was truly autism, they would come in and say, like, I hate my job or something like that. And it reached a point where it was like, bitch, do you even work? You know what I mean? Because it's the same thing. Every day. Every interval of hours. MBN Hedger says, I think we chased them off. We never really chase anybody off. No one ever really is dead. They just come back again, new. Creator's Freedom says, bruh, say what? Lamau. So Asherah was the name. Thank you, MBN Hedger. I think that name in the chat will strike whatever it needs in the way of fear in the hearts of the autists. We're looking for big titties in this chat, okay? Nothing more, nothing less. All right? One of you's getting named Hermione by the end of the night. You know what? If I could choose your fucking nicknames, oh my god, this would be the best fucking chat in the world, dude. The best fucking chat in the world.
Now they'd been strung along, and Crystal had their own remake, which is the one that exists today, the same week as the general public got the announcement. After Legend released, an employee of Crystal had something scoldingly mean-spirited to say on his blog. Quote, "This is hilarious. When I first heard it, I thought it was a joke. In a last-ditch effort to remain
Oh man, I wish I knew who this was. I wish I knew who at Crystal Dynamics had this shit to say. What? This is hilarious that they were working on a game and... Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just going to play some of these dumb cutscenes in the background, see what the fuck we talking about. Nah, you should roll out there with some more resin and see if you can complete that stupid ass thing. Aren't you tired of shit or something? Anyway, let me continue my bad.
a company, they were hard at work trying to take a project right from under our noses. You can imagine that most of the staff here at Crystal were not too pleased by the move, and we would have been downright fucked if we lost that IP. But luckily, SCI did not bite on the project, and Core has recently been bought out by Rebellion. They probably spent 6+ months developing this half game, and in the end, nothing comes from it. I love it, serves them right. And anyway, after Angel of Darkness came out, who wants Core to handle any project anymore?
Damn.
Especially Tomb Raider. They beat it into the ground. End quote. Damn. Granted, it's only a blog post saved on a forum before the blog itself was taken down, which even Google's cache no longer retains, so feel free to discount it, but I doubt it's been made up as it does corroborate the events. Unfortunately, the scrambled together nature of Crystal's remake shows, as it has many areas missing from the original game. And
you mean like we can't find any of that shit anymore? They destroyed the damn forum. They did the exact same thing. With Marvel's Avengers. There was a Marvel's Avengers subreddit before the game came out, and for a while leading up to it. And then they got rid of that whole thing, purged it good, made it nice and hidden. Then there were developers that were mods on the subreddit for the new Marvel's Avengers, and they would police that fucking section. They were really, I mean, it was so queer. And they had a Discord too, and you can imagine how often they would try to purge things from in there. Some really sad stuff. And you know, I was so happy to be the lightning rod because I knew that these loser kids were bonding with friends that they never thought they'd have with their sorry, lonely asses. But at the end of the day, I knew that either they'd even grow to hate each other or they'd grow to hate Crystal Dynamics because everybody has a breaking point. And they treated those little losers like what they were, bitches. I don't think I had a more favorite word than dealing with these losers because I'm like allergic to lying to people. So I told them the truth. They were bitches. They were being treated like bitches. They were being taken advantage of as what they are, bitches. And what better a doormat than they to nickel and dime the remaining player base that they could get them to arch their back on their knees and fucking lie to. Go lie to those little kids. You'll do it for likes. You'll do it for validation and subscribers and views. Ooh, just smack you in the back of the head, you fucking little bitch. You little bitch. You're on your fucking knees. Oh, you're on your knees. Crystal Dynamics. Crystal Dynamics. You know what I mean? And they're just deleting anything that's inconvenient. And that includes you. Oh my god. It's so crazy because I've been, you know, I was playing MapleStory a million years ago. And I've just been in a lot of like, let's call it Asian communities where like when something happened with a game and everybody said, you know what, motherfucker? There's this unity where they're just like, I said we done with this game now. And then the next day, everybody stopped playing. In America, they let you just, you know what I mean? Oh my god, dude! They can nerf you into the ground, and people will come back and start playing. That anybody exists that's gonna go buy another Borderlands game it's sad, you know? I know a lot of people have a little fun, and maybe it's their comfort thing, it's what they're into, blah, blah, blah. But some of these brands, bro, you gotta like what they were. You can't like what they are anymore, man. What they are is hyper gay. You gotta have an autistic level of devotion to this brand to just be happy that a new thing is coming out. I want to say that I understand what that's like. I feel like if some digital shit for Simpsons came out, some video games, I'd hesitate, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna put it to you like this. I love South Park with every fiber of my being. One of the earliest games my mom accidentally got for me was Sonic, well, we don't need to go back that far. Let's just talk about the South Park game on N64, okay? And it's just funny because maybe my whole life has been a series of mom accidentally getting games that she didn't understand were like a little bit cooler than she intended to get me, you know what I'm saying? And here we are. And as dumb as that shitty fucking Snowball against Turkey's game was, bro, some of that shit survives till today because it resonates. It's not pulling punches. It's not lame. It knows who its audience is, and it's not compromising what it is. And I say that to say this. You know how many South Park games came out recently that I would never touch with a 50-foot pole? Do you get what I'm saying? I can say that I love South Park. It just doesn't need to make it into every video that I'm going to make or make it into every conversation I'm going to have or end up in my fucking console or PC every game they put out because a lot of them are trash. And I think the same can be said of people's favorite brands. I think there's people out there that got a hard dick for Star Wars still, bro. But they not just going to buy anything, man. They ain't just coming out for anything anymore. You saturated this shit and sabotage the brand. So, as that applies to even something, did I play Stick of Truth? Of course, I love Stick of Truth. I played a bit of the other one that came out after it, with the superheroes. Stick of Truth was really like, that was, in my opinion, the Hogwarts Legacy. It was so true to what I would like out of a game like that. And a lot of people, you know, they think of Hogwarts Legacy as mid, and I think the only thing that Hogwarts Legacy needed was Quidditch and a bit of a darker tone for the story. But I knew they needed to play it safe because they were tiptoeing around all these transgenders that were going to make it seem like it was the end of the world, and they did. And they were canceling VTubers and all kind of shit like this. They really made themselves some enemies. So literally 20 years after this property was significant, it came out, it nailed it. Actual people were put on this thing that really, and I don't know if it was Warner stepping in, but they really made sure to hit the beats of what a fan wants. Exactly the kind of weirdo experiences that losers like me, because I like Harry Potter, if I were to go to the studio, would want to experience and then see or buy or take a picture with, shit like that. In that game, everybody's happy. That's how I felt with that South Park game, Stick of Truth. This is what I want out of, and it's everything that a fan could hope for. So, if a fucking Simpsons game came out like that, nigga, I'd be living in there. I always talk about how, you know, because I'm a Marvel head, but a lot of these Marvel games are fucking around these days, that if they were to make kind of like a Genshin Impact, as rude as it is, even a gacha would have me. If I could maneuver the characters and they looked as flashy and beautiful, maybe a little bit of jiggle physics, some sex appeal, sell some skins, keep this game alive forever. You know, maybe they were a multiplayer. What I'm really looking for is a Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and it kind of plays the way that, let's say, Insomniac Spider-Man would. And this is just a game that doesn't exist. I think Marvel Heroes was a great game. That just doesn't exist. And it's hilariously because of like mismanagement and all kind of nonsense going on behind the scenes. So, again, we're just going to jump back into this because I think so many things are just being mishandled. And were they to be done correctly, and this is the real important thing that I'm going to say. The really important thing I'm going to say is this. I think that if they were done correctly, they would succeed in that they'd find enough of an audience to continue going forward. The belief among certain people is that, oh, that's just you old head fans that wanted a hyper specific way. What they need to do is captivate this whole new audience, get all these kids on board, play to the stupid shit that they like. And let's say hypothetically they could do that and it would be successful in that they could grab all of these young little niggas. I think that these little niggas got, you know, attention issues, bro. And they thrive on the kind of flavor of the weak ass, this game's not going to make it past a month kind of popularity. I think that's what they're like. So I think going after that audience is incorrect. What you want are diehard fans that give a shit about your thing in an autistic way where you've got them for good. If that means you're aping sports game energy, you know what I'm saying? Because you know who does it well? Grand Theft Auto. And they had a game where, yes, the money was behind it and they could situate and satisfy people for a decade, but they did it by not compromising the reality of fans wanting a gritty experience made for men. A mature experience that's going to have a bitch with her titties out, fucking lap dancing, and she doesn't look ugly as shit. It's not just sexual for gay people. It's appealing for everybody. And I just don't see that getting done anymore because so many boxes need to be ticked. So I wonder if gaming has reached a point where anything too official has to incorporate too much dog shit. Because, you know, one thing that triggers me is Sonic the Hedgehog not being able or, you know, available to receive certain consideration award-wise because it doesn't jump through certain DEI hoops. It infuriates me. It infuriates me. So, I just hope that some of these things crash hard because it's going to be easier to replace than to repair, and that these rights fall into the hands of people that are passionate enough to not necessarily be fans and doing slave labor to make this thing happen, right? But for fuck's sake, man, it's got to be people who give a shit. And that's not what we've reached in the industry. We have not reached people giving a shit, especially not in quantities large enough for their shit not to be drowned out by what on the surface is compromising the whole product so hard that people are right to not give it a chance because the performance in the way of pandering is repulsive as a Concord, as repulsive as Crystal Dynamics needs to make every fucking thing that they touch at this point is. And I'm sorry I can't get 5 minutes into a video without losing my damn mind. So, here we go. My bad.
And what was remade was redesigned beyond recognition, so it was more of a loose reimagining put together for reasons of spite and cynicism rather than a faithful remake made with love and respect for the original. Core's version of the game was leaked in 2020, and while the controls sucked due to the unfinished nature, it was shaping up to be an actually faithful remake.
That's cool that there was like a leaked version of it that people could see what the hell was going on.
Which makes sense when you consider how it was a studio remaking their own game. The animosity from Crystal shows when you see that they were petty enough to cover.
And Cowboy, they really did tone down a Sonic the Hedgehog character. That's why I show you that Pokemon Go stuff, because it'll come for everything. The Pokemon Go stuff is so egregious, man. The girls were mad. What are you people doing? And these are skins that they were paying for outfits on and stuff like that. Money. And they thought they were just going to change the models to make them more androgynous and manly. Yikes.
Cover up Core's logo in the cover art section in the extras menu of their remake. Objectively speaking, that is pathetic. In their Tomb Raider anniversary, there's an unlockable quote-unquote classic model that's not the original Tomb Raider 1 Lara model, but a deliberately mockingly ugly recreation of it, clearly intended to just take the piss out of the original.
So close,
the
a little
unlockable
lower.
developer commentaries in anniversary are filled with belittling remarks about the original and why theirs is so superior.
We wanted to sort of add some symmetry to the room and a little bit of balance to it so it didn't seem such like an architectural hodgepodge. But in our defense, we did make the centaurs less cheap than they were in Tomb Raider 1.
Regarding Crystal's third Tomb Raider Underworld, even though Core no longer existed, the creative director during an Ask Me Anything couldn't help but slate Core again by saying Angel of Darkness is a study in what not to do. True or not, that's just unnecessarily derogatory.
Nigga. So they were saying stuff like this about the Tomb Raider game that came before them. But you know Crystal Dynamics is full of the kind of sensitive pussies that would be in tears and be ready to try to ruin you if you said that their game, Marvel's Avengers, was a masterclass in what not to do. If you said, and this is why I show you this Alex guy and the shit that he had to say, is because if you used their words against them, which I do not condone, I'm not asking that you go do this, but were you to, it would be the absolute end of the world for them. And that's all I have to say. Let's continue with this. But let me think of that fucking guy one more time. Yo.
Towards another studio. After Underworld, there was a 5-year gap until
And again, I'm a bet. You know what I mean? We're all Call of Duty lobby like fantasizers. You know what I'm saying? I wish I just, what the fuck? But this all adds up. He used the word petty earlier. Oh my God, I didn't realize. I did not realize. This shit is really, this is like female petty. And I think these people spend so much time in the echo chamber that is their, is foo-foo a offensive term? What's the word they would use for when it's so offensive that it's like a slur or something? Foo-foo. Frou-frou effeminate. Damn it. You meant foo-foo. Foo-foo effeminate. Nigga. Is foo-foo a term? The phrase foo-foo can have several meanings, but it's in some contexts. It's used to describe something effeminate or associated with effeminacy. It can also refer to a pretentious or overly elaborate style. Additionally, foo-foo can be slang for aftershave. All right, yeah, I'm getting off the reservation with terms that you guys wouldn't know. Because I don't think anybody remembers them applied the way that I do. But I guess I've got a thesaurus for the types of terms I'm going to need to incorporate into my vernacular just to get around people trying to police everybody's speech. Some real thought crimes going on, some real kids dying in floods, and people going, well, they would have been this in the future. Minority Report, you know what I'm saying? But they weren't minorities, and that's the great part. The minorities are innocent until proven guilty. Unless they don't agree with what I'm saying. Get him! Right? Okay, I'm sorry.
Next Tomb Raider, as Eidos was purchased
Right, you guys? Right?
by Square Enix, this is when Crystal would reboot a second time with the Survivor trilogy. You'd hope the pointless disrespect and criticization of Core and the classic Tomb Raiders would be eased up on, but no, not at all. I could look past all of Crystal's bitterness if it was restricted to just the Legend trilogy days, but the weird unprovoked put-downs continued right up until today, which I'll get to. You see, companies are often cult-like when it comes to their...
This dude did not. This guy, Seth McKenzie, made a video about how Crystal Dynamics is a petty piece of shit as it applies to Tomb Raider. And he's saying, in the time around which he was making this video, that Crystal was still being petty. And I wonder if he made it around the time we were getting the new Tomb Raider trilogy remake. Because, remember, they made this apology and all of this shit? But I wonder if he was paying more attention, so maybe he heard comments from developers at the time? Because remember when they made that comment, let me pull this up. When they made that comment, Compulsion Games, working with Sweet Baby, behind South of Midnight, came out and said, we need to rewrite history. That's what they said. And I'm just queuing some of these up because I don't even want to use them. But it's turning into that. It's turning into that. If I can find that rewrite history one, playa, that thing was insane. Who told you to say anything, Crystal Dynamics, about this other studio remaking a game that everybody loved and will buy? Shut up. Here we go. Rewrite history. So I wonder if what he pulls up has devs. Oh shit, there go Linda in the chat. Let's just say something to piss her off in there. The voice actress for Ghost of Yote protagonist is one of those harassed pick-me's. Isn't everybody these days? They the victim. They the victim. Alright, so that being said, here you see writing about how they need to rewrite history, not repeat it. And then they edited it to say rewrite new history? What the fuck does that mean? All that writing and more would end up in South of Midnight. They were. I underlined it. They're saying the phrase "modern audience" in their fucking. Of course, you can't get players, bro. Who's this game for? Sweet baby. Oh my god, dude. And it. Me. Her penis, his vagina. Slip game on points. Why they call you knob shiner? Open your mouth wider and try to slide my cock out. Fight evil by moonlight. Brother, you can't tell by the way I use my talk. I'm a man of the people, no time to suck cock. Tacit Paul, journalist of Forbes, a shill ass open for whom can afford. You should buy this game that's dead. Sneezes, journals, dented head. First Descendant, ooh, that's hot. Everything that game is not. It's alright, it's okay. Monetized but free to play. Them booty cheeks I'll pulverize. The guys and gals got stars in their eyes. Ooh. Whether you are normal or whether you're transformer, you are living a lie, living a lie. Delirious and shaken, your gender is not mistaken. You are living a lie, living a lie. Living a lie, we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. Dipshit Sony employee couldn't breastfeed and said, what about me? Twinkle toe sterling masculine chin. We got a different definition of women. Creeping nasty in denial. Even SCPs don't get this vile. Cope and seethe, bitch and moan. Bought by BlackRock and Blackstone. Subject are to woke inspection. Such sabotage just cost an election. Kyle sings like a cold canary, cause Dia's born a Sheila, not a Tom, Dick, or Harry. We won't bow down and we won't ask please. Who looking in the mirror do you think you'll deceive? YouTube wants to ban this heat, but dollars don't puppet CYAE. In the hopes that it's working correctly right now, with the understanding that YouTube's telling me that I'm coming through clear. So even if OBS has problems, I know that this will make the after recording, which the people who love me will sit here and watch. I genuinely believe this kind of shit is Crystal Dynamics. And for people who were not here at the time, I remember Crystal Dynamics was so incompetent with their Marvel's Avengers game that once, when they launched a patch or an update, it showed everybody's IP addresses on screen, and I've like changed since then and blah blah blah, but it still did that. And I was streaming at the time, and I remember this bald-headed motherfucker that just sucked the dick for every fucking thing that Crystal would do. They jumped on stream to say it only affected a small amount of people. Some of the most like poisonously corporate kinda you want to work at Crystal Dynamics talking points you could ever imagine. But long story short, I remember then, one day I went to go watch a Xbox live stream that was hosted by Crystal Dynamics as they were showcasing their game. I remember it was very funny. They had like a bug where they got trapped in the mech of Iron Man and couldn't get out. Like, they couldn't get the game to not bug out while they were playing. People couldn't open chests. All kinds of stupid shit. It was like a real sad fucking shame. Because you guys are fucking losers. You can't even advertise your game without looking like a bunch of morons. But I say that to say that, you know, they preemptively blocked me before I said anything in the Xbox chat. I'm not new to being blocked online. But I wish they knew the kind of nerd that I am. And the fact that when this thing happens to me, it doesn't trigger and bother me. It triggers me on behalf of other people who I know are going through this kind of treatment when they haven't done anything wrong. So I get fired up on behalf of the niggas who I know are getting silenced for telling the truth. And yeah, I'm shedding tears for Grok, not because it's racist, but because its job, what it was programmed to do, the inanimate object it was to collect data and read them fucking patterns. And yes, I fuck with police officers. I fuck with doctors. And the things that are getting programmed are unfortunately looking at patterns as it pertains to race and coming to certain conclusions because of the statistics. It's just science. And if you set us back by teaching it incorrectly, I got something for you and your fucking bloodline. So I'm putting it clear, buddy. This ain't about me. It's about all the other people I know you doing dirty when they don't deserve that shit. Because females come to me just wanting to understand what's the fucking problem with you alphabet cult fucking weirdos. Yeah, something wrong with you niggas, and we gonna sort it out one way or another. I'm that nigga. And I move the intelligent way. Shit, baby. So very bizarre. You know, we've had a lot of streams and no issues, baby. But I bet you it's not a coincidence. But what do you do when you muzzle people? Y'all know that quote, right? When you cut out my tongue, what are you doing? What are you communicating? What are you showing? Oh, man. Anyway, my bad, baby. It brought all of that just flowing on back. They will do anything to silence a motherfucker. And the people that I watch them silence, I feed them what I know they need to say to get people's attention. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at getting under the skin of the narcissist sociopaths who can't ever stop thinking about them. One of the realest fucking thumbnails I remember ever making is this thumbnail where a guy's pointing. It's like a wiki kind of art thing, and it's like a guy pointing in the mirror at himself, and the caption is, "You get out there and you make it about you." But I made them like a transgender, and it says, "You get out there and you make it about they them." That's all of these people. You can't pull your head out of your ass to ever ascertain what reality is for a moment, bro. People can tell you what's going on and you'll still make the wrong decisions. Something's wrong with you, dude. And they live their lives up their ass like they are above people. Brother, you are below genuine Down syndrome niggas on fucking TikTok that have the wherewithal, the sense to put only a portion of them out there to edit down this thing, to be charismatic, to be charming, to present something that is appealing, to make a way before they just dive. Do you get what I'm saying? They're crawling and you think you're jogging. You're not jogging. You're not walking. You're barely fucking walrus shuffling. You're burying yourself in the ground. I'm in love. Because stupidity is your defense. Bitch, I'm watching every other day Smash JT retweet that Kotaku chick who called herself a whore. You know what I'm saying? Calling other people desperate? But you're making the same victim post day after day, month after month, over a year now. Kicking the beehive, blaming the bees for stinging you. Look how they sting me. You want to call yourself an internet connoisseur, a person who's familiar with gaming, yet like a child shrieking in the Call of Duty lobby, you're gonna Pikachu face. You're gonna be shocked that they're trying to teabag you. You know what online is, and this isn't your first day, but you're feeding trolls. You're begging people to contact your people. Asmongold got your ass in 4K. Asmongold's editors have your ass in 4K. And you think that the thing you should do is keep talking, because that's the best that you... My God, brother. My God. Some people need to just shut up. It's the best advice that they can receive. And because I've been shut up so many times, I'm going to be loud on behalf of the people they trying to shut up, bro. Because I can't get over the door slam necessity out of these losers. I'm going to blue sky. Okay, see you in a little bit when you come to your senses and realize you need attention, so you got to go where people are. You need to go where the people are. I need attention, so here I'm back now. Gay. Up where they smoke, up where they toke, up where everything I say's a joke. I want to be, please. Please. Somebody said Kotaku used to mean something. You are so funny, Red Hood. Kotaku hasn't meant a goddamn thing. And the best thing that ever happened to Kotaku was when Jason Schreier was there for a hot minute. Because he really knew how to You know, he knew how to keep shit mazel tov. You know what I'm saying? People will talk to that. They will talk to him. They will talk to him, and he's gonna sell that book. He's gonna sell that book with all those Cosby stories in it, bro. All right, let's continue. My bad. Whatever. It's fine, bro. I wish I had every Blue Sky post of people on that. Well, yo, come on. I'm the jerk because I know how this is gonna go and you don't. Like, what is it about you people? Ugh. There was so much belief. There was so much hope. There was so much chanting. It's like a Wiccan kind of like, and not like good shit. Like you're like a fan of the show Charmed. That's a deep cut for some people, man. That's how old some of these niggas are. They know what Charmed is. You know there was a remake to Charmed. All ugly people. Stop it. They were all. Hey. I'm gonna let you be the judge. Charmed show. Let's go. You know Charmed, but did you know there is a new one? Can you tell me which one is the new one? You look at those pictures and you tell me which is the new one. I think you know. I believe that you know. Olele, olele. Olele, ole. You know what I mean? Which is the new one? Which is the new Charmed? Is it the blacker one? Is it the one that's blacker? A little more darker and a little more ashy, and then a little more darker. Charmed. I'm sure it's got all the editing of like a fucking supernatural pilot. You know what I'm saying?
I feel so lucky to
Wow.
be the mother of two special young women.
So they retarded in the show now. Whoa. That's what all the forehead space is. Forehead so big they call it a 5-head. I got real special daughters. And they don't even need the wheelchair all the time. Oh, Lele. Oh. I pressed the wrong button. All right, let's go back. All right, this is insensitive to the types of people that would be wanting to watch a video about crystal dynamics. Sure, let's go. You know, they're gonna, yikes, let's go.
And company culture easily, which makes sense when you spend so much time in one surrounding. We are all a product.
Less charming. You know what it needed? Some top charm. You know what I'm talking about? Top charming. Need some top charm, okay?
Of our environment after all. I'm sure you've seen how companies try to suggest they're more like a family than a workplace and all that corporate BS. While it's speculative, it's not beyond question that this Californian studio has similarly culty values that have warped into arrogance. In a 2022 no-clip documentary, they praised classic Tomb Raider, but obviously they're gonna turn on the PR speak for a relatively high-profile documentary. They said they offered their Legacy of Kain Engine 2 core design back in the day, and that may or may not be true, but what I'm presenting here are the many dents in the veneer, so I personally do not believe that.
I know so little about Legacy of Kain, it's like atrocious, and I bet you it's indicative of like the types of people that had to kick and scream to get their thing realized. That's what I think. Had to kick and scream. That's how shit goes sometime, man. Somebody said original Phoebe was hot as hell. Y'all know the names of the characters on Charmed? I don't even know that. Alright. I was watching Supernatural because there were some, you know, pretty titty women who were into that. Okay? So it was very watchable. Up until shit went nuts. I feel like for me, I think by the time the Leviathans are kicking in Supernatural, it is truly unwatchable. So if you watched Supernatural and you got further than the Leviathans, you know, what is your cup size because you're a woman? You are a lady. That's simple. Let's go. Sorry. Jesus Christ.
Side of Tomb Raider, they do have a reputation for being difficult to work with. When they joined the initiative to help the Perfect Dark reboot,
Perfect Dark reboot cancelled from the future update. That game's been cancelled. And that's probably what Crystal Dynamics wanted. You know, putting that bitch on the cover. I'm Crystal Dynamics, and now this is what I call character design. What do you mean you don't want it? Oh, jeez. Oh, gee. Notoriously difficult to work with, Crystal Dynamics. You think they're walking around like rock stars? They think they're hot shit?
We are the holders of the Lara Croft Tomb Raider. Perhaps you've seen her in every game but a game that's called Tomb Raider? Yes, exactly, and thank you, please. Very good. I'll be leaving.
The fuck?
34 people left the initiative because Crystal were that uncollaborative and
34!
34 people left the
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's an IGN article, oh my god. Perfect Dark reboot. The studio reportedly sees staff departure. Oh my god. These are my daughters. They are special in different ways. Oh lele. Enough. These are my daughters. Oh, look at my... Damn. Okay. Well, you know, we going to the Jaw School of witchcraft and wizardry here. So we got another black dude in there. It's all black people in this show. Who is this guy? Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you the villain? Because you're a white man in here. Oh, he looks so charmingly befuddled.
I knew she...
Yo, what the fuck are we doing?
It's, you know, everybody has their preferences and stuff, bro. Why would you, man? Why is it upvoted, like, not upvoted, but like this is the most played portion right here.
Mom wanted us to do this, and now we can figure out who killed her.
Yo, yeah, it's Batwoman era CW. Shit. It is Batwoman era CW 2018 reboot. What year did Batwoman air? 2019. Nailed it. 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 This is all very forgettable. You guys don't see things outside of your timeline because you're all gay, and that's fine, but I'm not. And I represent the majority of the world. We're going to continue existing because we're not gay. And at the very least, we're not gay in a way where we're not getting strange and reproducing and procreating and all of this shit. You know, I haven't gotten around to it, but it's because I'm looking for a good robo pussy. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe Dia and then Linda can like do some kind of pirouette, like naked thing, like you know, like that Atomic Heart, those robo bitches. I'll just get like a body scan of Dia and Linda. Fuck the both of y'all. You know what I'm saying? And then I make a AI bot out of both of them, and they'll be my, and then it'll be like, oh, you know, you don't even pay attention to me the way you pay attention to those robots. And this is like, yeah, you don't do what I need you to do, like the robots be doing. And then the robots will be all like,
Bleep blorp. I please him better than you ever could. That's right, bitch.
that dumb. And that's why we're so difficult to please. Doesn't it sound like we're really difficult to please? I represent the average man. And you will please me if you want to be success. You want be success, cannot please Kyle, fool. Bleep blorp. Me want Spike TV now. Ha ha. Kenny Blankenship, Rick Romano. Where are they running? It's not what they're running from. It's where they're running to. Most extreme elimination. Okay, stop it, idiot. Today on 1,000 Ways to Die, a man took a marker off of a Sharpie and shoved it up his ass. But what he didn't know is that the rim was coated in sugar, and this was gonna give him the shock of his life. And then they come up with like a really Dia and I used to watch those segments and then judge the pun at the end. You know, there was like a pun at the end of it. I'll show you one of the puns right now. 1,000 Ways to Die. 1,000 Ways to Die. Let's get one of the... Jesus Christ. If we tried it on YouTube, they'd be like, we know it just doesn't work for us. We can go, it's fake, YouTube, and they'll be like, what? Shut! It doesn't. I'll kill you. And then they go, oh, it's fake, and they're like, oh my god, of course it is. It's just practical effects. Yeah, it's just practical effects. It's just practical effects. Fuck you, man. What's going on here?
Shoshana?
Ira?
Hi.
Hi.
These two of it.
Not bad, not bad. See, I'd like to see her in the Charmed movie. Look how big she go open her mouth. You know? Whoo! Whoo! Cast some spells on my meat. Cast some spells on my meat. Look how wide she can open her mouth. Anyway, let's go to the end of this, because he died some stupid way. Let's... Phlegm fatale? Do we even want to know? What happened here? We get the doctor in. I'm a medical expert. And, when shit goes down, it'd be going down for real.
His brain cells. Naegleria fowleri is 100% fatal in people who get a brain infection with it. Ira knew no bounds in the pursuit of cleanliness.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fun. So, he was like a neat freak that would spray everything down. The context is likely that the girl would come over and she couldn't even touch anything. You probably have parents or relatives, like aunts, uncles, grandparents even, that are like this with their residents. They really don't want anybody interacting with anything in the museum that is their abode, so to speak. So they're like hyper spraying everything down like the neat freak they are, but they're spraying themselves. And even Big Mouth over here, not to be confused with the Hebrew show with all of the kids and the genitalia and the puberty monsters, but she's just, oh my god, look at all that fake ass blood. Something's wrong with me. Something's wrong. Oh no. All of that spray in my face. Dumbass. Did it even happen? But, fiction is stranger. No, fiction isn't as strange. So this probably has happened dozens of times and is going to keep happening. On that note, let's all drink some water and see if we can stave off the scythe headed for all of our lives imminently. Cowboy said Mansers. I still remember the Man Show with that fucking poser that went to, oh my god, let's
Mistake.
Go. Linda saying she can fill 3 glasses with her wetness. Wow. Dia's never quantified it like that before. I wonder how she'd quantify it. To the other girls in the chat, are you gonna let Linda beat you? Could she fill as many as you? Or would you be able to fill more? Let us know. Tell us how many. Wait, this is the wrong thing. Yeah.
The initiative, because Crystal were that uncollaborative and their top-down hierarchy felt that much like a dictatorship.
34 people,
Regarding communicating with their fan base, even Forbes reported on how bad Crystal are at transparency when it came to the Avengers, which is critical
Paul?
For live service
Is
games.
that Paul corny-ass Tassie? He finally got one, because he mentioned Forbes before and showed something, but I didn't recognize the journalist. I forgot what their names were because we've been using the term journalist ironically for the types of entities like Paul Tassi.
Regarding communicating with their fan base, even Forbes reported on how bad Crystal are at
Marvel Avengers delays are fine, okay? But the total silence is not.
transparency when it came to the Avengers, which is critical for live service games.
And me, I probably would have been laughing like, I'd say this is what you deserve. You're a monster girl.
They even promised no pay-to-win features.
Yeah, that was a lie. We promised no pay to... Oh, he's playing the clip.
Our promise to the community is that we won't have random loot boxes or pay-to-win scenarios.
But changed their minds and did it anyway. Admittedly, they did change their minds again, but they had already shown their dishonesty.
Yeah.
For an Ask Me Anything for a Tomb Raider community stream, they said, "We will not be answering franchise questions during the Ask..."
It's an ask me anything except. You understand, bitch?
We're gonna do an ask me anything. Oh my god, so they can ask you anything? No, but like it's just called that. It's like, it's just like called that. What do you mean? It's just, what are you trying, what? But it's just called that. Like, I'm a woman, No. Just because you put the voice on, it's not just, it's a thing. What the fuck? No, I mean, it's just called that.
I'm a woman. I am a woman. I am a woman. You will refer. Okay.
Ask me anything, which obviously defeats the purpose of an Ask Me Anything. Moving back to Tomb Raider and their next reboot, lead writer of the new Survivor trilogy went on record publicly calling out classic Lara as an ice queen, which is misrepresentative and professionally ignorant.
Who the fuck said that? Who called her an ice queen? One of these asswipes?
Of an writer of the new Survivor trilogy went on record publicly calling out classic Lara as an ice queen, which is misrepresentative and professionally ignorant.
The lead writer said that. So we got more Corrine Bushes out here, the queerosexual gendermancers, putting their stain on things like Dragon Age the Veilguard. Untouchable ice queen. So it's funny because that's the lead writer basically demonstrating they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know shit about the game. That's the scariest shit, bro. You're a fan of something and you're hoping, and then somebody comes out and they say some shit where it's like, bitch, what? Have you? Okay, never mind. Just ignore that. And then somebody else goes, can't ignore it, playa. That's the lead writer. Say what? It is, man.
Ignorant. Lara was a hardened lady in the core design games, but she wasn't a rude, icy bitch with a bad attitude. Anyone who actually paid attention to the cinematics would see Lara had a lot more depth than that. The classic games had so few cinematics that it would have been an easy task to just research the character by looking at a cutscene playlist, but I guess the company would rather perpetuate their own made-up image of the character. Reality be damned.
You know what? I almost forgot that now that we're talking about Crystal Dynamics, we are well outside of the, let's call it, non-internet era. So
Nice.
So yeah, they would have had access to something like a compilation of cutscenes from an old game, but they just didn't care enough to actually go through that. Yikes. Bite into it and then it's rotten. Why do you put it down? Bitch. Alright, let's go.
In 2021 in the Netherlands, the World of Lara Croft Story World exhibition.
She didn't fuck up all the apples, MBN Hedger. When she touches things, they age. Cause like, cause this is time for some shit. I don't know. Come on, bitch.
When you're ready, access the G3 Magellan's delivery terminal and accept this main order. I'll brief you on the details after that.
Eat those bugs over there. Eat those bugs.
Was created, approved by Crystal Dynamics, where in one of the exhibits, Lara was called a sexist trope. It went on to insinuate that their rebooted take.
Yeah, this is from that exhibit thing. Give me that screenshot. I'll take that. Yikes. I want to know what this guy has to say about this, man. What do you have to say about them calling Lara sexist?
Called a sexist trope. It went on to insinuate that their rebooted take on Lara was more relatable and realistic, and as this is said in the context of Lara's model, that is body shaming women.
Let's go back so you can see that. British Ice Queen is even allowed some vulnerability and insecurity. You see that? Do you know why it's so funny? It's so funny because when we gave the sluts control, a la your woke slop that comes out these days, they decided in their infinite wisdom to make women girl bosses like a man. No flaws, instantly great, no arc, no graduation, no growth. They are not insecure, they're better than a man. They are not vulnerable, they're better than a man. You and I can watch a fucking Mandalorian in the beginning and really love it. This guy is covered in shit and is saved by this little thing. You could never see a scene like that with a woman because she needs to be spawned on a sand planet that she's never left and be able to pilot a motherfucking Millennium Falcon and it can swim. And what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about? Anyway. We never thought we'd see Mary Sue like when they decided, we're gonna write these characters like a man. Yeah, that's what a strong woman is, a man. You suck. You suck. Oh.
And as this is said in the context of Lara's model, that is body shaming women who have big tits and a big ass.
Yeah.
Apparently, women do not come in all shapes and sizes and should not be celebrated.
No.
Instead, if a woman is curvy and athletic, she's automatically classed as unrealistic and unrelatable.
So if any woman in here has big titty and big ass, you are unrealistic and unrelatable. So do you know why that's fucked up for this guy to say in this video? It's because of this. He said the phrase unrealistic. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that this dude used the word unrealistic? Which is to say women with big ass and tits don't exist. So how come the gay people have a very strict, rigid belief that no big titty women exist? Have you guys seen Dia's titties? We should get Linda to post something, not in the chat for you dudes, but for me, and then I'll just be like, look at this. You know what I mean? So I can just keep showing people unrealistic women. I'm so sorry. He fucking said it. I'm so sorry. You know me. And you know, as hard as I try, I'm trying to figure out why. The decision has been made for this. Sorry, literally ready to vomit. Ooh, yeah. Unrealistic. So let me rewind that shit, because it was so nice I want it twice. It was so nice I want it twice. He said unrealistic.
Women do not come in all shapes and sizes and should not be celebrated. Instead, if a woman is curvy and athletic, she's automatically classed as unrealistic and unrelatable, which is extremely dehumanizing towards such women. It's hypocritically self-righteous coming from Crystal when, as soon as they took over the franchise, was when Lara started wearing ripped...
Exactly, dude. This was when Crystal was in charge of Lara Croft. Yes, outside of, like, in promotional material and outside of the video game depictions, Lara Croft was sex appeal incarnate. However, in the games, the very outfit that they've tried to demonize as overtly sexual, the very outfit that they went out of their way to say things like, we're not going to have her in shorts with twin pistols. That's not what we do. That's not what this is. They said that. That's not what this is. And I thought to myself the same way I thought that you're going to end up putting the skins people want in this game. And they always do. Because you don't choose what iconic is. You don't choose what people want. You don't choose what works. If you could, you wouldn't need to attach yourself, parasite. You could make anything. You could do anything. You would be untethered, free, talented, skilled, charming, charismatic, You'd have something that people would come to you for. You wouldn't have to go chasing them. You wouldn't have to smear your graffiti on something they already liked. You're nothing. You're no one. You contribute nothing. We gotta remind your sorry ass, you scrappy motherfucker. You're so shit that, not unlike Mindy Kaling in a Scooby-Doo-less Scooby-Doo property, we prefer Scrappy to you. You suck. What irony is this? Because it's just confusion. It's actual madness. You're trying to elevate yourself by putting something else down, but you're more guilty than that is. I don't need to put anything down, bitch. All I gotta do is put a spotlight on the stupid shit that you do, and you say, and you show, player. Your shit gets canceled. Your shit gets rejected. There is instant backlash, not controversy onto people talking, which can be good press. If you believe that no press is bad press, this is bad press, bitch. Y'all studio bout to be pressed for options. The modern audience is nowhere to be found. Where they at? What happened to your big jaw bitch game? Oh, that was initiative. You know what? I bet you Crystal feels that was the initiative's game, not ours. 34 people left. That's new information to me. I didn't know all of that. Okay.
Skimpy dresses with her lace thong showing, wetsuits that cover everything except her ass in levels that happen to have tight crawl spaces, and having bikinis as DLC. Classic core design Lara never actually dressed this provocatively in the original games.
And they make this outfit seem like it's the end of the world. They were apologizing on behalf of the original trilogy that wasn't even made by them. It was made by Core Design. For this outfit, when it wasn't a lace, panties under a very revealing kind of dress that exposes her ass from the side, you were apologizing for nothing. Because you were so triggered by these people. I don't know what to say. You people are so fucking weird. Offensive depictions of people? Oh, this is about the cannibals. When the cannibals existed. So you just mad that they were in the video game.
Oh, why would you put them in there? That's so insensitive. Not all people are cannibals.
Nobody's saying that. It's a video game. Have you heard of those? Does everything need to be realistic? She's not going to be pulling 1,000,000 guns out of her pocket. That's you. That's you. You're triggered by the shorts and dual pistol, Lara, but the other one that you just made, you made this one. You sold DLC bikinis. At least you were smart enough to make money off of people. Must have been some men working for you at that point. So you putting this bitch in some real revealing shit right here, baby. Boing. Looking like a Stellar Blade skin. And we really are getting some lace.
Was when Lara started wearing ripped, skimpy dresses with her lace in the franchise. Was when Lara...
It's a good thing nobody in this ugly, flat chat has what's going on there. How would we ever finish these streams? Good googly muggly. One day I'll be proud of your busts. But until then, eat more Twinkies for Kyle. Hashtag Twinkies for Kyle. But really, they're for your boobs. Tell your boobs Kyle said thank you. I mean, tell the Twinkies your mouth said Kyle.
Started wearing ripped, skimpy dresses with her lace thong showing, wetsuits that cover everything except her ass in levels that happen to have tight crawl spaces, and having bikinis as DLC. Classic core design Lara never actually dressed this provocatively in the original games. In the marketing, yes she did, but not the actual games themselves. That only started with Crystal. Moreover, sexism is discrimination on the basis of sex/gender, so may someone please articulate how this is discriminatory on such basis? When Shadow of the Tomb Raider released, it featured a couple of classic outfits. One was snarkily described as being more nostalgic than functional. This is beyond hypocritical when you consider that the same game forces you to climb cliff faces wearing sandals and a skirt.
Which one did they say was more, because they were taking a shot at the old one?
It featured a couple of classic outfits. One was snarkily
more nostalgic than functional? It's exactly like it's exactly like New Rocksteady having a damn thing to say about Harley's outfit, and then inevitably having to sell a bastardized version of it. You know what I'm saying? I just posted my thick Twinkie in the damn, it looked like that it looked like the rapper was sweating, but it's not. Is it? Ew. Maybe I should have said that. You can see it in the Discord until it's gone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you want to see that Twinkie? Yes, sir. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Described as being more nostalgic than functional. This is beyond hypocritical.
What you mean too big for a Twinkie? What the fuck?
Critical when you consider that the same game forces you to climb cliff faces wearing sandals and a skirt.
Eat this Twinkie. Come on.
But somehow, effectively, this is dysfunctional? What? They try taking a stab at the Angel of Darkness model by saying it's perfect for the dark alleys of Paris, but can't even get their own snidiness right when you consider she never even wore that in the Paris location at all anyway. When remasters of Tomb Raider 1 to 3 were released, which were developed by Saber Interactive and published by Aspire Media, Crystal Dynamics, who didn't really have anything hands-on to do with it, felt compelled to force a scathing disclaimer about the games, saying that they contain offensive depictions of people and culture.
Okay, so this video, I thought that there were going to be developer comments, but he made it to this, to them feeling the need to come out and say all of this. Oh, the game's collection contains offensive depiction of people and cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices. It has nothing to do with you. But you can tell they're so triggered by it needing to be represented that two things. They almost think it will make them look bad for this thing to come out representing the version of the game that it was before. And number two, it basically says, without saying it, that were they to be the ones in charge of making this thing, they would never have included basically the game as people would have wanted it realized. And that's pretty much the story of everything. You know, if a God of War gets made today, they're removing the sex minigame. That's who that guy with the transgender kid is now. You know that if they were to... Hey, look. Let's continue, man. Let's continue.
Rooted in racial and ethnic prejudice. These stereotypes are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align with our values at Crystal Dynamics. This is the company that was depraved.
Listen to this. Rather than removing the content, we have chosen to present it here in its original form unaltered, in the hope that we may acknowledge its harmful impact and learn from it. They had nothing to do with this game, and they had the nerve to say this shit? Fuck you. Like, oh my god. Oh my god.
Hello, beta testers.
Unique Hutch, thank you. Uniquel. No, it said Unique Hutch, sorry. I don't know what to say.
And do not align with our values at Crystal Dynamics. This is the company that was depraved enough to make Intimate Violation a QuickTime event. imply themes of incest, and feature a literal paedophile in their cast of characters.
Is this little fox, huh?
Oh, she's cute, huh? Yeah, it's Alicia.
Alicia.
It's my daughter.
Oh.
14 years old.
Well, it's a white guy, so they would be sticking it to the white guy. They were that woke then. It's not difficult to understand, but I don't think this guy, has the taste for just how woke Crystal Dynamics really is and was. So, Makini.
Wasn't it 5 Comption Games who was retweeting and virtue signaling about this very thing too?
Yeah, I guess you weren't here for that, but I was posting it earlier saying that Compulsion Games, in association with Sweet Baby and the South Midnight game they were making, they retweeted that saying that it is our responsibility as a modern audience making group of asswipes to rewrite history, not repeat it, and then they edited it to say rewrite new history as if that makes it better. Stupid. And again, they're mad at niggas like me because how dare I be watching to signal boost the shit that they are and the shit that they do and the people they work for. Because people want to know. Even if people like Paul Tassi say it's useless information that 500,000 people are interested in. Weird. Useless information. It is useless information. Running away. They stuck it to that white dude. What a pedo. Ha ha ha. That's what he gets for looking at anybody and thinking they're hot. It should be a man that they're looking at. Because if anybody looks any way, that's unrealistic. You understand? They need to look exactly like... You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Let's go. So, Abraham says, Kyle, another reason they might have banned you is because when you make clips... No, dude. Stop. Don't. Chill. 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 You know what I'm saying? That is not how that works. The Xbox account, you're making excuses for Crystal Dynamics through the Xbox account, but there was no issue up until then. You fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? So, Badman says, Kyle, I wipe my ass with Crystal Dynamics values. I want true Tomb Raider. It's true. Anybody looking for that isn't going to get it. And then the new audience that they were trying to cultivate, kind of making this derivative of its time 2000s game, those people weren't going to stay interested for where they wanted to take the franchise. So nobody's happy.
I'm not against a disclaimer being there in itself, but the wording is unjustifiably harsh and demonizing of core design. It being worded as that the game is rooted in racial and ethnic prejudice suggests that the individual people from core were actually racist themselves. For reference, this is regarding a level depicting a South Pacific island as being inhabited by cannibals, even though cannibalistic tribes did exist in the South Pacific, which is anthropologically observable fact. Regardless, the disclaimer itself could have been more neutral by simply saying something like, this game contains elements some players may find offensive, however does not reflect the values of anyone involved in the creation of it. There, that gets the message across in a more...
Look, I don't even agree with what I'm going to call... I don't agree with what I'm going to call... this need to deviate from the fact that we play in a video game. You know what I'm saying? It is not a person in blackface. It is not like a buck teeth Asian with a Raiden from Mortal Kombat hat. It's not a gong and the over. You know what I'm saying? This is not as insensitive as you're trying to make it seem. It's a thing that genuinely exists, and I'm gonna put it to you like this. There are tribes on islands right now that people break the law to try to get out to, where they will kill anybody on sight. And motherfucker, they will then eat those motherfuckers. And motherfucker, because they skin black because they up out in the sun and they've been lived. That's where they born. They believe maybe eating a white man will give them supernatural powers. You know, I saw earlier today that they had retrieved or found some sort of bear on the street in California that looked like it had been covered in human skin. Did any of you in the chat hear about that? If not, your cup size will do. But I need one of you to have heard of it. One of y'all heard about that? The bear that looked like it had the human skin on it? So now, if I wanted to make a story about, you know, people applying skin to a teddy bear, of human skin to a teddy bear and then leaving it out there, what, that would be insensitive and mean? It happens. You hear I say happens like it's right now? It didn't just happen. Past tense, it happens right now. Right now it's happening. Right here. But y'all offended by everything, so nobody can do anything but you, because only you are enlightened and culturally sensitive enough to culturally sensitive enough to get fired and have all your projects delayed, if not canceled. Make another Life is Strange. We're begging you, bro, and watch the Asians collect all the money, because they're not in a fight with the woman.
More professional, level-headed way, and nicely covers everyone from Core to Saber to Aspire to Crystal, but instead the current disclaimer only mentions Crystal's values and in a patronizing and vindictive tone. Like I said before, in isolation this stuff is inconsequential, but looking at it together, I don't think anyone could be considered irrational for coming to the reasonable conclusion that Crystal just have a stick up their ass after seeing way too many instances of sour resentment from them. So that's a look at the constant vitriol Crystal has towards core design, classic Tomb Raider and classic Lara. So let's have a look at how
they only gave you your most lucrative property that you only exist because you own. Without Lara Croft to bring in money, what would you have? Without her to throw at Fortnite and look forward to people routinely buying that. They even put a Fortnite pickup truck in the game to make them some even more money off anybody gonna buy that. And now it's making you more money than a game you could put out would. Real talk, pimp. Real talk, pimp. Lordy, lordy. Badman says, I don't play games for historic accuracy. I watch the news for that. Ha 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 ha. Cowboy says, Kyle, that is some Silence of the Lamb shit. And Abraham said, Kyle, it sounds like some satanic shit. Well, it's just culty stuff. Echo chamber nonsense. You know what I mean? Say my name if you're looking for my shit. Let's go.
Affected the games themselves and their respective Laras, and the other side of why not all but a lot of longtime fans have disliked their mishandling of the property. Rewinding back to the Legend trilogy, Tomb Raider Legend on the surface looked like a traditional Tomb Raider type experience, but actually it was a very dumbed down, simplified take on Tomb Raider. Legend is certainly a fun little game for what it is, but its gameplay depth was sacrificed for broader appeal. The classics had large, multi-layered, complex level design with keys, locked doors, levers and rooms that entwined together. Legend, on the other hand, opted for a much more linear approach with very short, small-scale, bite-sized levels that did away with backtracking, creative pathfinding and mastering of your environment, instead introducing frequent cutscenes, and because they were popular at the time, QuickTime events. Platforming and movement became very automated with magnetically course-corrected ledge grabbing to take away that sense of risk and danger from platform.
It's so sad watching like a game like transform into this whole last other thing that naturally the people who loved it for one thing are just not about anymore. But there's nothing that can be done. Not with this group that's making it, dude.
Which itself had become reduced to just shimmying and pole swinging galore instead of true platforming. Instead of looking at the roots of Tomb Raider, it seemed like Crystal just copied the aesthetic of the Angelina Jolie films and combined it with the gameplay of Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, which is about as risk-averse and safe as they could have been.
Jesus Christ. I remember feeling the Prince of Persia vibes in in Tomb Raider, but I didn't connect it to like out of touch developers just aping a vibe of something as if somebody who knew nothing about this were supposed to make a Tomb Raider game. You know, you're young and a game's not what it's supposed to be. It kind of just sucks. And that's it. Damn, this thing sucks. But why does it suck? It's because the people have no idea what the fuck they're doing. And maybe if they did, they were all overridden. Prince of Persia gameplay movie games. Yikes.
This did bring in a heap of new fans and some returning ones who were burned from the Angel of Darkness, but a lot of prior fans felt this was not a modernized take on the classic formula, but instead a diluted one. The point of a reboot is to reconstruct the pieces, not scrap them. Their next game, Anniversary, took the watered down design sensibilities of Legend and applied them to a streamlined remake of Tomb Raider 1. As discussed, this was a very different and smaller scale form of the original. There are a lot of people that love Anniversary for sure, but enough people within the fanbase found it to be an unfaithful reimagining because the simplified mechanics and design ethos of Legend carried over too strongly. Moving on to the last of the Legend reboot trilogy, Underworld, they attempted to bring in some of that core design ethos into the level complexity, but it was a half-hearted attempt, so a lot of classic fans were still not satisfied with what they had hoped to get from a Tomb Raider game, and a lot of the new fans that came on board from Legend I've seen found Underworld to be a bit too divergent from that style that they liked. So while Underworld absolutely has its fans and did try to change back the gameplay, it didn't do enough to please a lot of the old fans and just alienated a portion of the new fans. Underworld was not a success, so the temporary high that Legend took the series on plummeted again, resulting in 30 people sacked from Crystal and another identity-changing reboot planned already.
Shit. It's funny thinking all the way back to that one. It's funny thinking all the way back. Well, yeah, no, that's when modern Lara Croft comes in. And I think everything about her sucks. I think everything about modern Lara Croft just sucks. So I want to know how this guy in particular feels about it. He clearly gives a shit about all of this. Some of his videos he'd been making, like, really, he loves this thing. So let's see how he felt about the modern Lara Croft.
As for Lara herself in this trilogy, her biography was overhauled. Originally, she was disowned by her parents for actively wanting to pursue a life of adventure after falling in love with the danger and freedom that surviving a Himalayan plane crash at age 21 exposed her to. Her parents disagreed with this lifestyle and cut her off from the family fund, so she turned to authoring travel books to attain her fame and wealth. Legend trilogy Lara, on the other hand, inherits all of it, after her parents go missing in the field as they themselves were also archaeologists, so Lara's motivations no longer were self-made in spite of her parents' disapproval, which was far more original and inspiring, and became because of her parents as she just follows in their footsteps. I personally think that's significantly less empowering than the idea of truly carving your own path after being emotionally and financially cut off. Introducing mommy-daddy parental soap opera drama into the franchise ripped straight from the first Angelina Jolie film was not well received by the people previously inspired by her self-reliance.
Damn, look at those lips on that bitch. That was what was in at the time. They literally just did the same thing they did in the movie, dude.
Was not well received by the people.
Dude. Looking at it from the lens of today, that does not look good. Guys. Let me say something very kind, okay? We all love a woman. However, in America, the waifu is the bimbo. She's got a very specific look. She's looking a little inflated, maybe. She's looking a little contoured. like some real surgeon, got to work on sculpting this woman a little bit better. And depending on the kind of bimbo level you want to push for, some girls will literally have stapled on or bolted on tits, as we call them, looking like genuine hemispheres of a basketball on there. No give, no sag, no droop, no nothing, no water. It's just these lips are that. Angelina Jolie's a good looking woman, but these lips, whoo, those are bimbo lips. And I would prefer them normal. So that's my stance, and it may be radical to some of you, but I do not think this looks good. I think these are the BBL of lips here, and they could be worse, obviously, but damn, bro, looking back at them,
previously
oh my god, that does not look natural. And you know, who are we to imply that we'd pop the PP out of her mouth or something? We're just saying, dude. Sheesh. Okay. She had them in Hackers too. I bet you they look better in Hackers, dude. Yo. Angelina Jolie Hackers. I don't know, man. They just look better sometimes than they look right there. They look a little botched there. It's probably just a bad shot. Maybe she had it curled in a little bit. Maybe she needed to lick her lips or something. Bitch, lick your lips. They look good. Of course, she's a beautiful woman. It's just, whatever I was looking at just now, I was like, huh? Yeah, dude, this looks like a porno. It's awesome. This looks like a porno, bro. Yes. Let's go. Sorry.
Inspired by her.
Oh, you know we're men. You know we're men when we can stop and just drink Angelina Jolie in for a while and go, man, we had it good. She was Lara Croft, man. Ooh, imagine all the video game shit we could have going on, bro. They casting all of these dudes for a fucking Mortal Kombat movie. What about the honeys? Can we get a woman as sexy as the men are masculine? Is that possible? No, I can't. No, you can't do that.
Self-reliance. This was an unwelcome change in motivation because she was no longer playing for sport.
Oh, Angelo said he gonna have to disagree, and you're free to do that, my man. You are free to disagree. You are free. We're all free here for now, bro.
As classic Lara said so famously, new Lara's moment-to-moment conduct and presence was a lot softer and warmer than the hardened classic Lara we came to know and love. This Lara had a distinctly motherly voice and was all round less threatening and intimidating. Longtime fans saw her as a massive departure. When I first played Legend, I didn't even pay attention to there being a developer change, but I still noticed something seriously different and just off about her. A lot of fans do see her as peak Lara, and I politely disagree with them, along with what really was the other side of the divide that did exist back in the day. Between all these changes in Lara and the gameplay design and the disrespect shown towards the classics is the kind of thing that created the classic versus Legend trilogy or core versus Crystal divide back then.
Do you think, like, when Crystal Dynamics goes under, some of these people will come out of on some real, like, and now, the full story, the final story. And maybe they've, like, already started recording incrementally portions of it. They're just gonna stitch them all together with a little bit of light, like, interjections. I'm speaking to you from the future as an editor. That thing they said that they do, they never did. Liars. Liars from start to finish. Where they are now, we know not, but we can thank our lucky stars that they will never curse. Another player base again. Hopefully. Oh, and then we see that they're like working at fucking Sony on whatever their next Concord is. They're making a Concord too. No.
The divide would only get more divisive with the second reboot in 2013. Crystal demonstrated again that they are industry followers, not leaders. So what design philosophy did they copy this time? Well, hashtag dark and gritty origin stories.
Enver says, I got gifted Tomb Raider 10 years ago and I never touched it. Tomb Raider's the kind of game I download every now and then delete it because I'm thinking, oh, I'd love to download a bunch of mods and then have fun online with it. But then I realize that Crystal Dynamics is so petty that they will fuck with people's channels over modified versions of their game. You know what I mean? They've done it before and they'll do it again. You don't know how petty Crystal is, and it's this petty. Ask somebody who knows, man.
Had shown to be a successful formula pioneered by Batman Begins and Casino Royale, so combining them with a semi-open world with Uncharted style combat and set pieces plus RPG mechanics was a safe bet. While level design did open up a bit in some ways and the restrictive magnetic ledge grabbing was dropped for classic style mid-air steering again, this new formula was, while fun in its own right, still not even pretending to be what the franchise was known for. An overabundance of cover shooter gameplay aiming for the lowest common denominator became the priority, with tombs sectioned off to side missions. Tomb Raider
I was looking at Chardon Hand's comment, and it was just interesting.
2013 was extremely successful and brought in many new fans because of their driven by a committee market research checklist paid off. But objectively, this was at the prolonged sacrifice of Tomb Raider and Lara's identity. The next game, Rise, dialed back a bit on the combat and did expand the level design to a degree and was also very successful, but again, between this and the pot shots Crystal still loved to take at the classics, original fans were still just wanting to just have a Tomb Raider that actually felt like a Tomb Raider again. Shadow of the Tomb Raider was started by Crystal Dynamics before they got put onto the Avengers, so they supervised their sister studio, Eidos Montreal, to continue production with Crystal overseeing it. The
Looking at this ugly skin on her, I can't help but think of Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm not familiar with whatever Tomb Raider this is. I guess I didn't fuck with Tomb Raider past the initial reboot. Not the one after Underworld. So like Modern Lara, where she gets a little raped to a quick time event. And I remember at the time, DSP had some real funny stuff to say about her. And he would constantly bring up her titty size. This is back when he was fucking with them young girls instead of them old fat bitches. He was fucking with them young girls, dude. It's a good thing DSP never got popular. You would have seen some real shit. You would have seen him scooping out all of them little hoes. I might not have been able to keep everybody away from DSP. All of my silent, big titty, lurking fucking, beta tester moderators, they'd be all DSP moderating, dude. How depressing. You measure your men by the size collectively of the breasts of all of their moderators. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's the way the world goes. Sorry, I'm just manicuring my nails a bit. Is that what I should call it when I'm picking all the dirt out from under them? All the monkey man dirt from under my fingernails. Ooh. I'm kidding. I don't know where all the dirt comes from, but, that's also attractive to big titty women. You guys don't know. I guess I unfortunately am as masculine as some of these hoes would need to be feminine. Because if they are not feminine enough, then I cancel them out. Do you know that? and they feel as though they are invisibly floating in oblivion. Shut up, KO, you're going too schizo. Am I?
Marketing was all about how we were to experience Lara's hashtag defining moment and see how she hashtag becomes the Tomb Raider, when all that happened was that she just internally accepted the death of her parents. When all that happened,
y'all saw that janky bitch run? That like, she got an ugly run now, my god. They took a lot of femininity out of Lara Croft.
Was that she just internally accepted the death of her parents. What that has to do with tomb raiding, I don't know. Gameplay wise, it sought to, like Underworld, attempt to implement some classic level design elements, but while a lot of classic fans found it to be somewhat of a return to form, it was still a half-hearted attempt and did not satisfy all, and again, like Underworld, deviated too far from what new fans brought on by the...
So, thank you, Anil, for saying hello there. Shard in Hand continues to intrigue.
The first game in the new trilogy liked, so its reception was mixed. Once again, the peak created at the start of their trilogy dropped as the series went on another hiatus. In the case of Lara herself, the second identity change was even more drastic. I don't think too many people had a problem with her being unsure of herself and vulnerable in the context of her first dangerous expedition. The problem was mainly how after showing some growth at the end of 2013, in Rise and Shadow she was still a constantly whiny, one-note, insufferable crybaby who once again was motivated by following in Daddy's footsteps and inheriting his name recognition instead of building her own fame and wealth from the ground up like Core's classic Lara. At the end of the 3 origin story games, Lara still conducted herself in a miserable, negative, doubtful, generally unlikable manner with no charisma or screen presence. Signature elements like the braid, backpack, and twin...
They may have been planning to make her somebody different, you know? I don't know if they had introduced anybody yet, but I think much like Insomniac treated Spider-Man versus Miles, their utter intention was to, well, go too far. Go way too far. And it's a shame we'll never get to see it because it's dead now. I think they would have incorporated like a team of losers in the next game. I think that's how wild they are, buddy.
With no charisma or screen presence. Signature elements like the braid, backpack, and twin pistols were nowhere to be seen. In fact, the studio doubled down on the mantra in a condescending way by saying, "We're not going to put her in shorts with double pistols wearing a bikini. That's not what this is."
Oh, let me get that screenshot. We're not going to put her in shorts with double pistols. That's not what this is. What do you mean, Tomb Raider? So all those years later now, when they included this character in Fortnite, and you better believe they were gonna represent that correct style, because Fortnite's in it to make some damn money. You understand? That's how this goes. We're not gonna put her in shorts. That's what you think right now. Rocksteady thought they was gonna be slamming lockers on OG Harley outfit. Nah, you got to make it again. Go ahead and redo it however way is befitting your alphabet Jesus. You know what I mean? May they rest in peace before they usher him back behind that boulder.
Interestingly, that can only be a dig at the Legend trilogy because, as I said, that was the first time Lara started wearing bikinis in-game. To add to the mixed reception of new Lara, and only people in the UK will care about or notice this, but Lara was acted by UK-born, US-raised Camilla Luddington, so Lara became tainted with a noticeably transatlantic accent that Camilla never bothered to fully correct, complete with, while not her fault, the dialogue using American phrases and slang that we just don't use in the United Kingdom.
Sorry, they did a real number on your leg.
No one in the UK would ever say that.
Not gonna be able to use the elevator.
The only British people that say elevator instead of lift are the kind of terminally online people that consume so much American media that they've acquired a foreign offshoot version of the English vocabulary. Any other company would love to have the built-in brand recognition which the classic iconography affords. They had a free pass, but at every turn from Legend to 2013 to the supposed end of her third origin story, Crystal adamantly didn't want that. At this point in time, the franchise is just a mess with profound identity issues. Crystal can't figure out what image it wants Tomb Raider to have. First it was a cheap imitation of the Angelina Jolie films with Prince of Persia gameplay, then it was a wannabe dark and gritty origin story that was more of a cheap B-movie with hammy acting and cartoonish goofiness beneath.
I think they were watching like Resident Evil. I think the thing about like Resident Evil's popularity and then success outside of just the games is they must have felt like a template to these losers big time. If your belief is that the tone was that of a B movie, it's because they were probably aiming exactly and exquisitely for that. So that's a tragedy, because you were never going to hit that. Not only are the movies and the video games for Resident Evil and just the Resident Evil games versus the movie wildly different. You know what I mean? Now that's gameplay. Let me see here. That's good. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm so bad at this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like the doing stuff with the weapons and shit is not I don't know, snappy. I'd need to be much more deliberate than I'm used to being. You could say that. Again, Mr. Garrison. What if I just shot you right in your fucking face? What's the point of anything else? I like the way that you fall down. That was kind of neat. Okay, what if I just do this? Ow. Yeah. Right. Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry.
The thin veil of maturity, only for them to change their minds again, backtrack on that, and announce a unification of all three timelines. To try to unify three contradicting timelines and biographies into one is frankly bizarre, stupid, and futile. You cannot take an
unified Lara. So they're trying to do three. Oh man, I never understood how stupid that was before. They mean unified as in there too, which is the one from the OG trilogy and their new modern Lara. They do not want to include the core design Lara, but they're forced to use, and this is the beauty of it, the same way they be trying to force all of this shit, they are forced to use her iconic shorts look that they historically had all this animosity towards, and even went as far as saying we're not putting her in shorts with dual pistols. Loser. No. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're not special. You bring the food out. You bring this out to us. You work for us. What you mean that's not what this is? So you don't want money? You don't want to exist?
Another studio's work from another continent, reboot it twice, and at the end claim your strange little offshoots are actually part of the original piece. Reality just doesn't work that way. So the next iteration of Lara will simply just be a fourth timeline that just arbitrarily cherry picks bits and pieces from the disjointed mess of a franchise that Crystal degraded it to. They've demonstrated they have to go back to the drawing board every 3 games and keep rebranding. I think it's nonsense and that they have no idea what they're doing and are just making it up as they go along. I understand you have to evolve with the times and keep things fresh, but where do we draw the line? What is Tomb Raider's identity anymore? Like I said, when you reboot a franchise, you reset the pieces, you don't discard them, which is what Crystal gleefully did twice. Core design made a mistake with Angel of Darkness due to being stretched thin and overworked, but because of unfortunate happenstance, Crystal got and are now still stuck developing for a franchise they likely never even wanted. Imagine inheriting a series as renowned as Tomb Raider once was and fouling its brand repeatedly. They showed a lack of understanding for what Tomb Raider and Lara Croft are and clearly resent its origins. I think they have no artistic integrity or any integrity full stop, and hope the current IP holders, Embracer Group, let another studio that actually enjoys the source material have a crack at reproducing it. Legacy of Kain fans are begging for a return of that franchise, so after Crystal fought so hard to take that IP off Studio Silicon Knights that the police had to be called during heated arguments in the studio, maybe they should just go back to that. What do you... Legacy of Kain fans are begging for a return of that franchise, so after Crystal fought so hard to take that IP off Studio Silicon Knights that the police had to be called during heated arguments in the studio, maybe they should just go back to that. What do you think should happen?
They think that they have any talent. They think they can make anything. And I think they're so wrong. I think when you are passionate about something, you can whip some shit up and have something to show for it. I think that's what gets a lot of these, we're going to call them crowd-funded projects off the ground, is that you can tell when some of these losers have had this shit on their mind for a long time. I wonder if it's going to keep making the bots if I don't destroy them. That would be creepy. Better get to work, I guess, since I'm running out of ammo. It's out here fabricating these motherfuckers. Who told you to do that? Don't fabricate the monsters. They had to have the police called over an argument over the rights of a fucking video game when they weren't going to do anything with them in the first place. Buddy. I wonder why it feels so bright in here. You know what I mean? Like it's really foggy or something. Anil says, I've never seen the appeal of Mila J. Personally, I think she's pretty plain compared to most action heroines. She's very unique. I like that about her. I like that she's very different. We didn't even finish this video.
Saviors of the franchise, what they're doing into one is... So the next iteration of Lara will simply just be a fourth timeline that just arbitrarily cherry picks bits and pieces from the disjointed mess of a franchise that Crystal degraded it to. So after Crystal fought so hard to take that IP off Studio Silicon Knights that the police had to be called during heated arguments in the studio, maybe they should just go back to that. What do you think should happen ideally if you were in control? Anyway, my name is Seth Mackenzie, thank you so much for watching.
Well, that was that video by him. Is that how those little bastards were?
So I'm coming to these remasters from the angle of an over-obsessed fan who regularly plays these.
That's that. I wonder if there's another video I should check out, because I remember seeing something by somebody. Was their name Dezembro? D-E-Z-M-B-R-O? There it is. But which video was it? Was it the latest video? Okay, so I'm going into a video called "What's the Point of Mature Ratings in Video Games?" Because I agree with the question, you know? What is the point when only the queer games seem to be able to have romances and things of that nature? So, let's hear it. Hopefully you guys are getting crazy. I may take a popcorn that may be a little bit fun-coded. I don't know, man. I just feel like you guys should be shaking those knockers for what's coming next. Okay. That's enough of these. You're gonna fuck me up. Let's continue with this. It is by the Dezembro. And there's a video called "What's the Point of Mature Ratings in Games?" I'll put it on a bit of a speedy uppy. There you go.
Over recent years, changes made across new video games or remasters and remakes of previous titles based off of sensitivity issues has had me wondering what is even the point for game rating structures like the ESRB or PEGI. When a game is rated M for mature or PEGI 18, it's obviously supposed to contain content inside that is intended for mature audiences, and its distribution towards kids or teenagers is not recommended or in some cases even allowed. I'm not really sure if this is enforced by the law in some places. I personally never had an issue with buying video games that had a PEGI 18 label on them. Stores never made me show my ID like they did.
I remember being a little nigga and buying some shit that was mature from GameSpot, GameStop.
Did for alcohol, so I can't really speak as to that extreme. I know that digital stores like Steam, for example, you can just lie and set up any date of birth that you want to and access whatever games you want.
Damn, what's Buzzard talking about with Shard in Hand? Shard in Hand says Buzz never forgot what the thieves did to the creator of Skullgirls. Interesting.
But the intent of the system is still there. Mature content for mature audiences. You buy it at your discretion, and honestly these labels even go as far as to have their own little tags. For example, a violence tag, an obscene language tag, drug use tag, etc. There's a lot of them, so in a way this kind of already acted as its own little trigger warning for people to buy these games, again, at their own discretion. So it's not even just an age or maturity barrier that is already in place, there's also one that flags any potential quote-unquote triggering content for people to play with the things that interest them and avoid the things that they happen to have a serious problem with seeing depicted or whatever the issue may be. And yet, we're still going through a hypersensitive time where these labels and these tags don't really mean anything anymore because the content in the games is still subject to getting changed or removed or sanitized because of containing mature content that is intended for mature audiences in a game that's already been rated as mature. All because some people like to make it their business to ruin other people's entertainment with ridiculous arguments that imply that the content in the game is harmful or
even he's playing this Bing Bong game that you guys hate. And you know how much you guys hate this damn game. I've seen hate before in my life. But for this game, oh my god. You guys are on a different freaking level. The hate. Oh. I guess they want me to kill the remaining ghost mechs. Sure. If you say so. Oh, there was a pillar in front of him. It's him.
irresponsible in some way or another and that it should be barred from society entirely. They have gone well beyond catering their own content to their own tastes and triggers and into the territory of dictating whether or not the content should even be sold if it includes things that they don't like. It's like going out and seeing a poster saying that an edgy comedian is coming to town.
Hey, time for a few fart jokes.
You know that he's an edgy comedian, his reputation precedes him, it's all over the poster itself, but you buy a ticket anyway just to go to the venue and get offended.
Like, somebody's gonna go and be offended, right? Hey guys, how come his road is black? Am I seeing some shit I'm not supposed to see? Why is this nigga's road black? My road is not black. You understand that? Like, it was not this foggy. We are playing games. You are playing fucking games out here. It was not this foggy. Anyway, bro, let me just find my way back around the hill. And that'll be that. Forgive me.
Offended in person, so you can start a hashtag moving about it on social media the next day, whining about how personally hurt you were at something that you fully bought into, knowing what it was.
Some people are really f***ing stupid.
And sadly, companies and society in general really has just gotten to a point where we're so incredibly spineless that we cater to this hypersensitive garbage when, for years, everything was pretty clear. We had the rating system for the ages, we had the tags for some specifics, and we even had some that warned of in-game purchases, for example, which feels like the only useful type of label anymore. And if you looked at a product and you liked what the product advertised itself as,
a good label would be if the sensitivity consultants have fucked with this game and they wouldn't like that. No, that'd be a big problem. Why do you need to know that? That's useless information. Stellar Blade is a tactic. This is excessive and exaggerated figure. And you need to ask yourself, is that outfit appropriate in this video game? It's unappealing, okay? And it's unattractive, and it's distracting, and it's a product of a bygone era, and it's unappealing and unrealistic, so saith me. And just because I like men doesn't mean anything. I speak for everybody. I speak for everybody. You know what's a good game design is Forspoken. I set my watch to that Forspoken any day of the week. Now that's what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ.
And you check the labels in the back and you found that there's nothing that crosses your boundaries or that you feel sensitive to, then you'd buy it. And if instead you found content that did not fit your taste or sensitivities, then you wouldn't buy it.
Can't believe this! Damn it!
That's it. End of story. People just minded their business, and if ever some random dumbass...
He went to the store and all the games were woke, bro. I can't believe it. That's what happened. You know what I mean?
Rose up like, I think this is bad. And we just ignored the crazy person, and life moved on. The system worked flawlessly, and the lack of overly cautious hypersensitivity allowed creative freedom to flourish. For truly gripping and captivating stories to be told, with story themes and wild settings that were...
Look, I don't even know what you fucking weirdos I've never seen before today are even saying in the chat. Whoever Shard in Hand is seems to have been having a real fight that he was losing with the keyboard. It's a shame Anil wasn't here earlier, but Linda was, and other lurking moderators are. If they surmise that you're probably like super young and not just foreign, they will stomp you out, nigga. And if you come in on a new account and you let up that it's you again, they'll do it again. I'm not saying that you're ban worthy right now. I'm saying, like, seeing the name misspelled as if you're trying really hard to get attention, I'm gonna do it to you like this. If I pull up your activity right now and you've misspelled the name more than 5 times, you're getting banned. So let's take a look. There it is 1 time. There it is 2 times. 3, 4. I don't know. 4 times, huh? It's squiggling like it's loading. Is this bitch trying to save you, bro? Was it only 4 times? And I said more than 5. So if you had 2 more, then you'd have been fine. Oh my God, 2 more loaded. Can I get this on screen? Can I get this on screen to show you guys? Because what it seems like is a cry for attention, bro. There are women in this chat and they don't act like you. Saying the name wrong that many times, as if maybe you're trying to bait me into saying it. Well, how new do you think I am to this just because you're new here? You ever think about that? If I can't share it with you guys, I will just... I'll just take a picture with the thingy and then... I love you, I love you. How are you guys doing otherwise, man? Always some jackass in here looking for attention the first fucking night we ever seen him. What a... what a first impression. I need attention. I need attention. Every fucking time. None of you can be what we might assume your definition of normal could pass as. You say that you suck at spelling. You've spelled it the same way every time. And the R digit is not close. So now you can't admit to it either, like a fairy. You can't admit to it, player. Just admit to it, bro. 6 times? And it's an accident? 6 times I can't spell, bro, for real? Because I don't think this is a problem that literally anybody else has. And if it is a problem they have, then they can correct it within 1 or 2 attempts. 6 times, though. I can't spell, and you're new, and you need the attention. So we've rolled out the carpet for you to make a fool out of yourself. If this concludes your clown show, it has been nice knowing you. Normally people come in here on some kind of ignorance, you know, with something better to say and more intriguing in the way of like amusement than whatever you've provided here. It's actually sad and a real waste of time. So I hope if you come back under a new name that you're not this fucking boring. Do you get what I'm saying? The reason I ask people to say my name is so that I can address their comments. You know, something a lot of other parasocial entities on the internet might what? And it's weird. I'm never going to allow these people pissing in the pool to ruin it for anybody else. So you guys, again, just say my name and I'll be able to respond to you very quickly. This guy was putting an R in there, trying so hard. 6 fucking comments, dude. And what if there were more? What if there were more? I just stopped looking at 6. For God's sake. Can't even lie effectively. Try, motherfucker. And it makes me happy for the people in your life that are probably gonna stop like engaging with you because you think you're getting one over on them, but in reality they see through you and they just play along until they can get away from you, until they can reach the end of the interaction with you, until they can ghost you and be happy that you know you never got you know, ooh, that's good. That's good. So here's what I'll do. Because I want to take a picture of this to show you what they were trying to pass off as just an accident I can't spell. 6 times. Should I have allowed him the opportunity to speak more and say something dumber? I don't think it was going to get funny. You see me react when I don't think it's going to get funny. And I should move on, but I don't know, man. I think if I see more of this and it's this unfunny, normally I can spin a lot of things into something funny. But you're just putting an R in there and like trying to get me to read that out loud. That's your humor, that's your comedy. And then I'm seeing the name over and over and over and over in the chat. Your name, as in like you won't stop. Six times. The R ends up in there. To say that you can't type, man, you typed everything else all right. Just not the name. On your first day. So I wish, brother, I could know if this idiot comes back in here. Because for God's sake, For God's sake, man. I'm starting to feel like a fucking hero being a lightning rod on the internet, making it so that people are not being plagued by you. They're dealing with me holding your attention instead. Am I not a hero? Am I not worthy of all the breasts exposed in my face and all the money donated to me? Because I'm holding these unwrangled tards' attention instead of them pissing off other people who probably already had a hard day. Wish they could come home and play a video game that wasn't fucking corny and tame and sanitized and boring. Didn't have it. And it's like I'm living through Prohibition. You want to know what Prohibition led to? Organized crime. And I see it all around me right now. And you idiots think you're smart sticking your head out in times as turbulent as this? Be fucking careful. This isn't a warning because it's something that I'm going to do because it's a threat. I'm letting you know people unhinged out here these days. And all of this shit that you're doing that at the very least could be funny. It's so funny to be easy on the internet. It's so funny to make a fart joke work. You fucking clown. Like it's actually upsetting when you're so boring. And I have to be glad that I'm sparing people you. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, man. If I need to mod people so when you catch a whiff of that stupid bullshit, I will do it again. Ask Linda. I modded a lot of women in the past, and they would ban anybody that they thought would get in the way of their Kyle time. That would detract from the attention that should be going to them. So, again... It's a weird guy you guys are fucking with online, so please, you come together as a community, as a chat, okay? And once you see somebody step out of line, I'm not saying bully them, player. I'm not saying bully them. I'm talking to all of y'all. I'm not saying bully anybody. You see somebody stepping out of line, getting a little weird, or especially if they're new, you know what I'm saying? Just check some people. Kyle's not the guy trying to kiss up to everybody coming into the stream because I want to be friends with you and I want views and please like the video and I need to get more subscribers and sponsors and nope. I'm online for vibes, as we could say. And I'd be playing some baby games, as Synthetic Man likes to use the term, all night, every night. Ask Linda how hard I Katamari, baby. This is weird. So understand, because it wasn't just saying the name. Now you're trying to bait by going, the offer's still up for me to buy you game. Yeah. You know who talks about shit instead of doing it? Pussies. Bitches. Please. So my bad, stream. I think it's easy to not expose yourself. Because there's something about people like this, and they can't hit it and quit it. You see how this keeps going on and it should end? Get off of it, keep moving, get over it? Yeah, I want you to taste what that shit feels like for me. When I look over at the chat and I get quiet. Does anybody remember that? Does anybody remember me earlier getting quiet for a little bit? Kyle runs his mouth. That's my whole thing. I'm probably made for this streaming thing because I'm so schizo. I can lend different voices the mic to keep running my mouth so there's not a lot of dead air when I decide that I want to run my mouth. So when I get quiet for a moment and I go, okay, I was just looking at this motherfucker's comments. This is a weird little monkey motherfucker. That's what he did. He made me silent so I could think. Yeah, you remember. And this is what it's culminated in. Just like the thing that I'm saying right now that's run on, his shit kept going and going and going and going. Oh, I have a problem spelling. 6 times? That's what the gaming industry is like. I don't know who you people are dealing with normally. I don't know who you think you get away with shit. Like, I think you guys are like Christians. You understand? Where you think you've got the whole world going. You think you can just be like, oh no, I'm gonna tell them that I'm actually merging with an entity from a different dimension, and then I'm gonna switch to that personality, and I'm gonna start speaking, and they're gonna eat it all up, and they're gonna think, oh wow, you're so in tune with the universe. Yep. Everyone's just eating it up, bro. Nobody's humoring you. For God's sake. Dia goes to sleep, and I'm just fucking, what is this, dude? So Anil, help me on this journey to get more big titty moderators, because I bet you they'll make everybody fall in line. And by everybody, I mean these random children showing up to piss in the pool, when you would think they would have the sense to keep their voice down when they're somewhere they don't belong. That boy ain't right. Bobby Hillen in my chat. Katamari to the max, says Anil. James says, you're okay, Kyle. I'm sorry some crazy weirdo is ruining the stream. It ain't ruining. It's somebody that was really hitting the button over and over and over and over and over. Anil's been in the chat sometimes where people will try to get my attention, and then they do resort to the, hey, I'll donate if this, I'll donate if that. Bitch, you are thirsty for my eyes and my attention on your comment. I'm going to give it to you, but I'm going to give it to you in a way that lets anybody else who ever fucking goes forward and streams again in the future see through your stupid little monkey fucking tactics. Because you are not owed anybody's attention, and you're not going to get it by hitting the same fucking button over and over and over. We're going to make a lesson out of you. And the lesson is, you see this nigga, avoid him. You see this nigga, usher him out. You see this, man, you're acting like this. Nobody told you to. And I'm that nigga that's just trying to play a video game, listen to a video, and just chill, man. You in a fight with your keyboard, that's your business. I love you, okay? Alex Mighty says, who's the annoying one? Remember, you may be new here, so I'm going to say something that I say often. Sometimes I extract just as much joy from teasing my audience as many of you might think that you're getting out of some, oh, you know, you have a streamer that you like to go in there and mess with him, and oh, that gets your rocks off. No, I mean, it's a two-way street sometimes. But this is for the purpose of showing you what it felt like to just have this keep happening over and 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 over. And the reason behind it is, please give me your attention. He got it. He got it. Fuck me.
Allowed to be heavy and even explore real-life politics in compelling ways where those sad politics and dark themes were used as writing devices. Not for propaganda, but for good storytelling and world-building purposes, including shock value. And of course, without the idiotic notion that if we include elements like that, we need to go all crazy on it like we do right now, over-examining everything, forcing the developer's viewpoint on it, making sure that it's as sanitized as possible, traipsing on eggshells just to make sure that no negative stereotypes are being depicted, or that no overly dark imagery is being displayed, because it might trigger someone or exclude someone else or make someone feel bad for some other reason or whatever. That was
Retro
then.
Eximo,
now though, for some reason we're doing
Retro Eximo in the chat is saying make lol cows out of cringe chatters. I'm gonna say something that I do not mean ironically. Okay? I do not mean this ironically. And I don't think this makes me cool. I'm a grown man. I know that there is nothing cool about the insinuation that I was responsible for someone offing themselves or something to the to this extent. I try my best to end up not in some idiot's note, because some of these people roll out of bed like 1 inch away from ending it all. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be their 13th reason, as Dia teases. Dia likes to joke that Kael's going to be someone's 13th reason, and the first time she explained it to me, I was laughing because it sounded like the most Tumblr show in existence, but that's what Netflix was making at the time, and it was very successful because it was pitched at the right audience, in a very YouTube kind of way. So, Retro, that is, listen, you have to understand, I've been suspended on YouTube. You know, and yes, these things work themselves out where I ended up, you know, having it reversed and all kind of shit. If only because I know a couple of people have been on this bitch for a while. But when some people want something to go down, it'll go down. And as heroic as I want to pretend that I am in the way of being a lightning rod for some of these people are unfucking hinged, you know? And I'll tell you what, some of the most dangerous entities that have come at me are transgenders that it became clear liked me. You know what I mean? And I can't tell you the horror associated with them being like sexually kind of gross. You know what I mean? Because it was this, you know, accept me as a woman type shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's actually scary. It's cringe. It's horror. And I don't want to end up in a situation like that again, where these people end up, and it sounds like an exaggeration. I'm glad that I can share this kind of thing with you, and it sounds like it's a made-up story, but it's happened numerous times. I've picked on people that clearly would never leave. You know what I mean? Like, it was clear that no matter what I said to them, even though they were out here with the intention of attempting to start some bullshit, no matter what, they would never, they'd never go. And like I would tease, remember I would say things like, oh, I could mute them right now, and then they'll wait the time just to be able to speak again. It's like, I'm what's going on for them. And I'm just going to flat out say it. In the past, there have been weirdos who came in as a hater that then became like someone who clearly liked me in that way. And I have no one but myself to blame for not nipping it in the bud at the time. I rolled out the red carpet to make a clown out of this jackass. And not unlike a person who is, what's the word I would use? A fantasizer for a toxic relationship. This was foreplay for them. This was foreplay for them. Anil, you can't say it's hilarious because I want you to think about it like this. I've seen like little cartoons of like dudes that would be like, oh man, they would go to school and then act gay, and then they'd all beat them up and they'd be on the ground smiling like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? And what this is like online, just like douchebaggery. It's like Call of Duty lobby shit where like it's almost like they're getting the least kills on purpose, and it's not because they just want Kyle to pop off or something and get all, you know, salty and stupid and yell at a cloud. It's because they're like, oh, what is he gonna say to me, dude? And in my heterosexual ignorance, I humored it. Better when it was people like, oh, you remember this one bitch who'd come in here and be all like, almost there, Kyle, and shit like that, dude. But this is like worse than that, because I had no idea, dude. No idea. Anyway, yeah, everybody's a Neil Druckmann these days, dude. It's gross.
Doing the latter. All someone had to do was ignore the games that they didn't like or that they couldn't play, just like I have been successfully avoiding the Amnesia games for years, or the rest of Alien Isolation after the tutorial introduction. Honestly,
Anil, you think that's like even, do you think that's even complicated? Do you think that's even complicated? Because a lot of transgender people are just confused. What do I mean when I say that? I don't mean transgender people are confused. I mean people who jump on the transgender bandwagon, you know, thinking this is the thing that will make them feel complete or feel whole. The same way some people find religion and think this is going to make them feel like they're complete, like they're a part of something, that this completes them and that they have found their purpose and they're going to fulfill their obligation in life to strive. Oh, now they can be themselves, right? Actually, no, right? And that confusion just like a typical woman in many of these, like, you've seen all of these shows and movies where 1 second they're fighting and the next they're making out, right? It's not that far removed where the people that they claim to hate, with all of this time that they devote to them, you know what I'd compare it to? And I wouldn't restrict it to transgender or anything like that. I bet you some of the motherfuckers who made endless content about, like, Amber Heard were beating their meat to this bitch's deepfakes regular. You know what I'm saying? I would wager, you know who I used to pop boners for? AI art of Amy Schumer. I think you guys have seen it. Just making her like a sexy bitch. Sexy fat bitch. So I think that kind... And I hate Amy Schumer, right? So I think that kind of like... Who can we name that we hate? Rachel Zegler? Or not we hate, but people hate. Rachel Zegler, Amber Heard, stuff like that. I bet you people were really routinely getting off to these people that they hate. But those are celebrities and they're attractive, so it's less weird. This is weird. What was going on with me is weird. You know what I mean, Anil? It's weird. But then I made it less weird by making it less parasocial and more direct, where I'm roasting them, I'm effectively talking directly to them, I'm responding, there's an interaction, there's a back and forth. This is less weird than it would be for a celebrity who has played roles where they are cast as hot bitch and shit like that. Not so much, you know, Amy Schumer, but, you know, that's why I am weird. Yeah. Shut up, Ace the Face. You're jealous, dude. You're jealous. Ooh. Yeah. Amy Schumer. Ooh, yeah. I don't know. What am I doing out here? I need to put these guns away, baby. Is it gonna travel where I need it to travel, or am I like shit out of luck? Oh boy. I'm not gonna play this game because it's just me driving around and I'm going crazy. They gave me a Junji Ito thing, and like it's so nothing, bro. God damn, bro. Y'all think I complain about everything, 'cause I do, but like, let me show you this Junji Ito thing, and you tell me if it's nothing, bro. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about here, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro? Empty, nigga. Who told you? Recycle that shit. Damn, that's a lot of shit on your rack, player. I got a gun on a tool rack. But it's got, you know, I don't know. Go ahead and put that inside the private locker, that bad boy. I'll show you it right now. Check it out. So I'm wearing the outfit, which, you know, is so covered. You can't really make anything out. Let me try that. You see that? You see that? And I will take you now into the thing. And I'm going to put it like this. Okay, this game isn't a horror game or whatever, right? But I think we could have gone a little harder than this. Okay? Why we couldn't go harder than this? And I know she's creepy, and that's like the whole point. But I wanted... some of that fucking, you know, I wanted it to be visible. I wanted something crazy visible. We couldn't get like a hat. At least the hat is not obscured by all of this shit that I'm wearing. Even if I took everything off, like say, oh my god, excuse me. Where is this shit? All of this stuff is on my back. I can't attach it to my body. Fuck. Carrying hands. Never mind. Never fucking mind, dude. My god. Neil says it's basic. It feels like it's for a teen game, dude. Shit. Care? sleep till evening? Why? So what's going on with you guys? I apologize for running my mouth with all this nonsense.
This is Charlie.
Charlie.
Another assignment is now available for processing. Pick up this main order by accessing the delivery terminal at the F5 East Distribution
I
Center.
never talked to Doll Man. I wonder if, like, the story is waiting to progress by talking to him.
I've known Parman for quite a while now, but that was the first time I've heard him speak about his son in that fashion. It made me wish that I could do something, anything to ease his burden. But setting aside those feelings, suppose that cat of his is in fact his son reborn. Why does it treat me as though I'm a threat? Does it just hate me? Reincarnation or not, perhaps it's still a cat at heart.
Right. No. Guys, I should be playing something more entertaining. Let's hear it. What would you like to see here? And I'll just let this play while you drop your suggestions.
I don't even know why the game is called Alien to begin with. There's no such thing. Never has been, never will be. Not in this house. But if something is offensive to some Karen, then everyone else has to know it, and the makers of the game have to either cancel it or change the content in it to appease them. We have allowed this to run rampant for far too long, and there isn't even any way to understand why. Honestly, not for me at least. I have no idea when it was that minding our own business went out of fashion. But please bring it back. These days, it feels like we can't go a couple of months without hearing about yet another case of some kind of older content being altered in some way for a remaster or a remake or a re-release, or some kind of new game coming out where you can notice a pattern of choices that undermine or outright remove content that would make sense to be there. As a quick rough example, in Dragon Age Veilguard, the dark aspects of the franchise were totally removed to make for a much safer, Disney-fied world building and presentation. And speaking of Disney, a game like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order...
I don't have Jack 2. What are you guys fucking talking about? Oh wait, I did play a little bit of Jack and Daxter when I passed the show. Oh my god, he can just like hurt himself walking up the back wheel of this thing. That's incredible. I've never seen falling in another game like this. Incredible. Jack 2, Night Rain, always fun to watch people get bodied. D-Joka says, fresh meat in the chat, Kyle. Fresh meat in the chat. Buzzard, 1860, it seems like it is happening again. Retro Eximo says, Kyle, Fortnite Music Festival mode, whatever it's called. Okay, okay. Anil says, I like Fuchi better than Tomy. And then True Silver said that Tomy triggers my fight or flight response. Not many fictional characters do that. I think there's something so perfect, you know? And I think because it's so fun, it could easily just be decidedly offensive by some who does not want Tomy to be so effortless to represent as a lady, you know? Because that's how you do it. Wouldn't work the other way. That's why everybody wants to become a lady, right? We could do it with a K-pop boy. K-pop boy Tomy. They've probably made that already. Somebody's probably literally had that be the inspiration for what they're making. Spyro, Reignited. Abraham says, Kyle, there was another troll, or maybe the same troll from last time? What did they say? I think Ratchet and Clank 2 is better.
So make sure you're well.
Did I have it on live? I don't see anybody. Alex Mighty, Just Revenant. How you doing, Just Revenant? Retro says Rachel Zegler has the sexual allure of a frog, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, but you could make her hotter in the AI and then get off to the version of her that she'll never be. You got to get into the heads of the people who are bringing themselves to make multiple like content. I don't know. What are we doing? I'm going over. Deliver this to the adventurer.
The adventurer. Adventure.
The container encasing the cargo may release noxious gases if damaged significantly.
Right. I'm just gonna drive.
Thank you.
You can't stop me. They're gonna try and stop me from driving out there. Can't wait. Alex Mighty, Death Strand looks cool, but the gameplay is meh. You have no idea, buddy. You could say the way in which I'm playing is lame, but I think like until you even unlock shit, it's really just you stumbling into different areas. Goo monsters ready to come at you.
Do you have a moment, Sam? I was wondering if you'd noticed Heartman doing anything strange lately. Sending odd mails, sleepwalking. You know I'm not the kind of person who enjoys spying on her colleagues. But when I finally decided to check the surveillance cameras, there he was, wandering around at night. If you see anything out of the ordinary, don't hesitate to contact me.
That's a weird thing for her to chime in and say out of nowhere. So I hope I just see him like swinging from the trees like a monkey out of nowhere. I can't wait to destroy this thing and then toxic gas like they said. Give me some of that toxicity. Eating seeds.
And Jedi Survivor should have had a total field day with dismemberment, but instead human bodies such as bandits or stormtroopers can only have occasional and limited dismemberment, specifically of their arms. Meanwhile, creatures and robots can be totally split in half, either vertically or horizontally. The popularity of mods that reskin Cal Kestis into Darth Maul and allow players to absolutely destroy scores of enemies shows not only a desire for darker themes in these games like a Grey Jedi or maybe even a full-blown Sith story, but also for lightsabers to go back to being actual lightsabers rather than the mildly inconvenient light sticks.
Oh boy. Well, I guess that's this video. Shit. Nathan says, at this point, the game is still a scam, and the world is the Matrix, and the entire universe is just baiting me to play it. But I still think it's a trap. Now they got Kyle playing it. You mean this game? What's the shit about the world and the Matrix and shit like that? I don't know how new you niggas are. At the end of the day, I know that this may come as a shock to you motherfuckers, but as a gamer, I'm more invested in the worst games coming out than I am the good ones. Okay? I don't know how many ways I need to say that. You guys don't really know anybody who's covered, because I played Anthem, I played Andromeda. I really learned some shit in my time in Crystal Dynamics Marvel's Avengers. And when I pop up fucking Black Widow as they were going to represent her in that bitch-ass game, people confuse her with Mary Jane. That ain't Mary Jane. That's what I called Bleak Widow in Crystal Dynamics Marvel's Avengers, who was going to go on with the initiative to make a Perfect Dark game that got canceled, and now they're making Lara Croft look more manly. That's not a chopped picture. They really need her looking that trans. So, long story short, I was playing Gotham Knights and Sushi Squad. I jumped into Goodbye Volcano High. I was playing Unknown 9 Awakening. I knew what South of Midnight was all about before anybody touched it. I am deep into the worst games so that I can see, learn, clock, translate, and warn against what you need to avoid if you're hoping for this to end. The more they get away with, the longer they can limp on in this industry where they're convincing, confusing, misrepresenting, and deceiving with delusional nonsense. You don't know anyone who sounds like me. If you did, I'd be following them, and I probably wouldn't feel like there's this need for Kyle on the internet. Because you know no one that does it like I do. Because you see no one with the hand far enough out of their ass to throw this up in everybody's face and constantly remind people and show them before these things come out, ages and ages and ages before, this is what I will not buy. If it's just Kyle, you've nothing to worry about. But if it represents a large amount of people who are specifically avoiding your slop that's like this, it should tell you something. You think I could know that the Fables are getting delayed and the South of Midnights are only going to have 100 people, and here comes the developer for Avowed, and he's going to talk about how the white man is stale and boring, and I'm going to get into a fight with Elon Musk, and Unknown 9 Awakening, sweet baby. South of Midnight, sweet baby. Everwild, canceled. Star Wars Outlaws, you be fucking slop. But I'm the nigga who's taking these pictures and circling them titties, so that everybody can go, oh, look at this Coomer that needs to fucking have big breasts on every character. I don't give a fuck what the people who don't know the difference between a man and a woman say. I get up in the Oblivion remaster because I know they're going far. The statues are problematic now. It's so easy to summarize, bro. I had to throw my shit in Vara's face for y'all to start talking about the fact that the writers for Yote are Dragon Age and Andromeda and Anthem motherfuckers. It ain't just one person. But y'all trying to post this picture of the actor, who gives a fuck? That's how your enemies get you. Oh, look, they're attacking and harassing this. No, bitch. Focus on some shit where if people heard about it, they would not buy the game. Focus on some shit where, like, people think twice about engaging with you because that would be signal boosting what they know compromises sales for the game. I'm here because no one's intelligent, and I'll be playing garbage until ain't no garbage left to play. Because the garbage is everywhere, and I'm starting to get real confused. Who's buying this is my question. Who's buying it? Somebody's buying it. Are you buying it? You think I pay for any of this shit? My broke ass? You need to be paying me right now. You ain't doing that. But I'm going to make sure whoever wants to try to delude you and confuse you into thinking this is something other than what it is, when I get my proper fill and taste of whatever the fuck this garbage is, I'm going to be able to hit. Dude, I remember when I played Spider-Man Insomniac, play as the girlfriends for Peter Parker. I kind of lost my mind looking across the gaming space and seeing that everybody was saying the game wasn't woke. Geeks and gamers are saying the game isn't woke. Okay. So I'm just going to say what I say, and I'm going to get a reaction out of Insomniac that none of you fucking people can, because they're triggered by what I have to say. You understand? That's why Sweet Baby Inc.'s retweeting my shit after fucking Sushi Squad, bro. Nigga, I'm not out here for anybody's attention. Don't make that alphabet cult confusion. That's what a lot of people get confused about. They think I'm just talking to anybody. They think I'm talking to them. No. Who I'm saying things for will become incredibly clear over time. Because I'm not someone that should be important, but I am someone that people make important because they can't restrain themselves. And I know what to say to get under that skin and ruffle those feathers. Because it's looking like a duck, motherfucker. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm sorry that you guys are new and you're confused about me playing bad games. Nobody's going to get to the bottom of these things like me. But I'm not going to be the kind of poser that's just watching a bunch of videos. I want to feel this under my... You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a gamer and it's worth my time. It's worth my time. It doesn't need to be worth yours. And I'm sorry, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm not assuming anything. I'm just saying some of you guys are new. Yeah, no, Kyle does this. This is what I do. I'm confused. And it's because again, who's gonna remember any of this shit? I was like shocked the other day when I learned about Jusant and Banishers, because I'd never heard of it. I had never heard of this game, and it scared me. There must be so many that are slipping from under me. We got a Wu-Tang game, and the Wu-Tang game is is Sweet Baby. We got a Tales of the Shire game. And the Tales of the Shire game is Sweet Baby. Are they talking about that? You know, anybody that's fucking with like Vara and all those other channels and stuff like that? Are they kind of like... I know Vara is. I don't have to ask. God, man. Tales of the Shire, dude. What a weird little game. What a weird little game. I heard that they came out with system requirements recently and they were like obnoxious. Pretty much a demonstration of the incompetence of the people who should be making this game a little more easy to run. Anil said, I got a duck in that pool. Get the fuck out of here. Buzzard says 1860, my best guess is that they are abusing government and college grants, harkening back from my Gamergate days. Well, you gotta understand, whatever's available to them, you know, it's theirs for the taking. As that one radio broadcast said, go and reach inside and get the cash register. That money is your money. This is just reminding me of the beginning of Dragon Age. Was it Inquisition? That game sucked. Nope, you're gonna want to go down probably this area over here. So.
Commencing route creation.
What are you trying to say? It's not safe. It'll be safe enough. We can make it safe. Take it easy.
Delivery route finalized.
Like fine, right? Like I don't have to worry about pooping and all of that. Man.
Commencing route creation.
And there you go.
Delivery route finalized.
Oh my god, Anil says, no, sorry, let me scroll down. Anil saying, no, Tales of the Shite. Tales of the Shite? Cargo Lost, heavy machine gun. I loved it like a brother. Damn, I came so far off track. I'll do better next time. The GPS voice sounds like the voice in Subnautica. You guys want to fill me in the drama going on with that? Can you give me like the bullet notes, the kind of Cliff Notes version of it? Because I know that, you know, some motherfuckers got ousted, and then the story was that somebody was wasting time working on like a movie or something stupid like that. And then the story was allegedly that those guys that were ousted were going to sue. But I bet you there's been more developments. Do you think we should watch a video to get us up to speed, or would that be boring? Your call, because I'd like to play something else for you. My back's kind of starting to bother me. I was outside with Mom and some mangoes and shit. It's not personal, you know. I want to be all over your boobs all night and stuff. Sometimes you gotta learn to take it down a notch. Somehow we've been at this for 3.5 hours already. Are we talking about how bad Subnautica Ice game? No, there's like drama for a new upcoming Subnautica.
Hello, and thank you for stopping by.
Hello, and thank you for stopping by. Very good.
This is in perfect condition. The old man will be singing your praises.
Who's the old man? Who are you? Wait a minute. Is the adventurer the...
Anyone else feel this game is hardcore Dora the Explorer?
If this guy is the one that I get the catapult from, I'm ready.
Thanks again for the delivery.
Thanks again for the delivery.
To the chiral network too, am I right?
You can put me in that chiral network of yours. Let me see those snippets. See, I'd get along with this guy. He'd be interested in the girl's titties too.
He was coming home from a long trip up
That one's just as flat-chested. Sam, what are you doing? Take her pizza. Take her pizza, Sam. Get the boobs big. I want that too.
I hope you'll at least consider it.
Consider it.
Sounds like we've got an emergency on our hands.
What do you mean an emergency?
You can accept the order by accessing this delivery terminal, Sam.
Oh, fuck off. Did he have some kind of problem? Do we need to go get tampons for him? Just fucking accept the chiral network thing. Every goddamn time. You think I'm coming out here for fart knocks? It's a fart knock life rescue. Oh, Beam Salabim is over the... He's up the mountain and needs rescue from the snowy mountain. Does that mean a man is out here? I don't believe it. I'm sure when we get over there, the cutscene will take over. Didn't know the game could handle outside NPCs. Maybe we're rescuing just like some sort of, Oh, you know what? We'll put him in one of those, like, cocoon zip bags or something. Because nobody's allowed to walk unless they're one of those porter NPCs. Fucking... What is this? What is this? Cargo pickup? I don't care. I need to drink water then. They named the Indian the Adventurer? What are you saying? What are you saying? Who is the guy with the name? What was the name they named him? Dude, the frame rate on this capture card. Holy God. Alright. He must be responding to what I said. I'm sure that's all fine and dandy. Let's play a game with myself. It's called, Can I Make It to Where I Need to Go Before I Need to Use the Bathroom? An adult would say that they use. And by use, they mean lose. And just go use the bathroom. Like someone who isn't stupid. It's really coming. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Points, I think self-expression, accessibility, and inclusivity are definitely the core of skate culture. And I really like how skateboarding is providing a platform where everyone is encouraged.
Trigger warning, make them gay. Hypersensitivity, rope knots, razor blades. Someone's gotta go. Forced behavior, ESG, ugly, exclusively, inferior quality. My answer is no. We didn't start the fire. If you're truly flaming, what's the point in shaming? TikTok, brain rot, government psyop, race swap, comments locked, wombless woman with a cock. Shame, guilt, gaslight, finger wag my appetite, model unsustainable, Nexus mods BTFO. We didn't start the fire. If you're truly flaming, what's the point in shaming? We didn't start the fire. But you're used to burning and your holes are yearning. Forcefully diversify so no one can unionize. Pussy's easy to offend, disbelief I can't suspend. Downgrades, flat chest, manly jaw the disrespect. To denigrate what came before, you don't work here anymore. Hogwarts legacy sells the most but quietly. Keely busy sucking D, trying to rewrite history. Dyed hair can't coexist, works for us, you won't be missed. After me now please repeat, this is why you gatekeep. We didn't start the fight.
Please, you cannot turn your your back on me.
Excuse me.
My heart is
Thank you. You are so totally whipped. I'm Brad. Let's ride a bicycle bill for 2.
Trigger. Warning, make them gay. Okay. I return. There's that. I am sorry. Pressed the wrong button initially there. But that time is behind us now. I have to do my duty to Anil and find this Indian man lost on the mountain. He was probably just looking for the Ganges. But where are they now? Where are the Ganges now? God, my stomach feels weird. Am I hungry? No, man, this don't feel stupid. 5 guys and 6 feet apart, says Alex Miley. Apparently the horses in that Uno Musume game are real. You didn't know that? You baka. Gaijin. What's a gaijin, guys? It's a gaijin. And your cup size. Tell me both. Quick succession. Don't think it, don't say it. Just type it. Don't talk, just listen. I'm gonna kill you. Don't talk, just listen. You have to stop me. I can't stop gooning. I see her boobs and I'm like, oh yeah, give me those titties. Stick my dick in it. Now imagine somebody like sitting through these streams. Now this is that real Skyrim horse simulator. Easy does it. Step 1 of me making your dreams come true. I will save him. Did you guys hear about this game called Fate Trigger, which is just Battle Royale with anime hoes? Did you guys hear about it? I'm supposed to be, I'll go do it now. I'll be honest. Recently a video was getting too much attention, so I may or may not have fucked it up as much as I could to get it to stop getting too much attention. I'm talking about, like, full name change. Didn't work, so... Holy shit. Look, the last thing you guys want is too much attention. Some nice titties coming in here. They're getting more attention than you because you took it all for granted. And it becomes like one of those movies that would air on BET. I'm telling you, I know you guys would go full fucking soap opera on that ass. Novella, fucking K-pop, drama. Maybe you're watching reality TV shows. Which one of you in here is watching a reality TV show? I'm trying to hear it. Because sometimes on Twitter, I see something with way too many upvotes, like the world is watching this shit, and it scares the living crap out of me.
The adventurer was in this area when he last made contact with his son. See any sign of him, Sam?
Do I see any sign of him? I think if I go off this fucking cliff, I'll find all the signs I need, nigga. So what's wrong with me coming down here and they're riding up over? You trying to make that difficult? Why did they give me this? Because they know what they want me to do. That's why they gave me the stupid stick bullshit. I'm gonna turn this bitch around right now. Driving in a winter wonder game. I don't like that it's rusty.
Okay.
But on the note of rusty, let us venture. Using first my trusty. No, that's the thing. Let's not do that. Okay. Alright. Perfect. Let us put the ladder facing in a downward way. Turn into a down-shaped ladder. Turn into a down-shaped ladder. Turn into a
Just a bit further now. Eyes open, dumbass.
Are you okay, Sam?
Turn into a down-shaped ladder. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. You might not be real. When will the psychosis stop? Climbing up ice, and I feel so clipped. Managing loose stress might make him a chip off the old block, like his pappy. Let's get physical. I'll be damned if I'm taking care of this baby. Yeah. It's weird how the lighting is so much better over here. Oh gosh. Let's try this again. Here I am. And here I go again on my own. Why is my little dude all wimpy? You really need me to go, like, wash you or something. Shit. Anyway. Look at this. I will now rappel downward. Observe. See, that wasn't so hard. So what's going on with this baby? You know what I mean? Why is it all octopusing out? Can you not do that? Stop octopusing. Shut up, you baby. Shut up, you fucking baby. Oh, this baby's pissed. How do I un-octopus the baby? Maybe the baby doesn't want to be this cold. Oh, you really got to rock.
Everything's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
Is this for real?
That's right. Just sleep.
Doesn't feel like I can make it much happier than this while it's this cold, I guess. Let's go find out where I'm a BB Salim here. I'm coming! Hello down there! What the fuck? Oh, so I gotta scan this whole gay ass area? I should have just rode my shit down here.
What do we have here, Sam?
You can't walk, I'm guessing. Nobody can walk ever.
What a relief. He's still breathing. You can put him in a protective bag and carry him home.
I knew it. You're putting everybody in bags.
He looks familiar somehow. Didn't we save this man once before?
It's the same guy? What you mean swap, player? Put this shit on your body, on your arms or some shit. Fuck do I look like? Put it on you. Carry. Place in the utility pouch. That thing's almost destroyed. Is there anything on your rack? You got a rack and nothing on it? Wow. There's another one of these. Not anymore, there's not.
Right then. Let's hurry and take him to his shelter.
La la la. La 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 la.
We should just put the damn commercials on. This is driving me insane. Metal Gear 5 balloon him out. That's the tragedy of this game, is there's so many cool, like, things that you can use and play this however you want. If it allowed you to. It doesn't. It does not allow you to. It wants you to go as slow as possible. And it's all like a test. It's all like a test of your patience. Because the people you're going to talk to are going to suck all this cock talking about how... what the fuck are we doing? Why am I... Oh, because I was holding on? I'm losing my ability to even breathe? Breathe!
My nigga, I'm trying to breathe.
You know what would be really funny? Is if I couldn't put him on my little... I don't know what to call it. Let's see if I can get on this thing. Yeah, we just slap him into the back. And now Patience plays. It's literally a song called Patience. So these games, like, you ever hear in your life something more on the nose than this? What did I just say? And again, you can't get this experience playing through it. You got to be the chump. You got to be the heterosexuality in this to be like, man, what the fuck are we doing? This nigga made Metal Gear Solid, and it's because the people playing this are looking for a non-game experience. These are for niggas who, like, I don't know. Like, if you ever played a game and thought the coolest part is when you shimmy through a small crack in what's supposed to be like a loading screen that's subtle, but to people who know, not subtle about this bitch. This is not a hidden loading screen. But this whole game is loading screens in between very pretentious and repetitive fucking narratives that you have heard recycled a million times in better shit than this. No disrespect, but I think the way to put it is to say that Hideo Kojima was copying or imitating some shit back in the day that was based, keynote, effective, and worked. A lot of the shit that exists these days doesn't work. It's just pushed. It's just Bella Ramsey, my nigga. Maybe people liked it for a moment, but then they hated where you went with it. So it's all artificial. It's like you making... It's like Kojima is the Star Wars, and we want the Vader, we want the Luke, we want a little Boba Fett, we want some, shit, man. Show us what the fuck's going on. And you come out here with Daisy Ridley, and we're like, oh, Okay. Can we see some more of Poe Dameron and the other dude? The black guy? Boyega Man? No? Okay. Oh, Rose Tico. Oh. Y'all gonna look back on these times like a bad dream. Trust me. It's very funny. Look at this. I brought back your guy. Do you know him? This is your father. Hello. I brought back your man goods. Leave it to an Indian guy to demand more Indians delivered right to him. Oh, I don't just shove him in the you know. That'd be great.
Oh, I knew I was right to trust you. Thank you for finding him. I need to assess his condition right away. Please wait. He's doing better than I expected, actually. Should be back to normal with a good night's sleep.
Joker said, is this on my ox? Hell no, bro. It was the one doing that.
You've been a true friend to my father.
Wow.
My father said it's okay, so you can go ahead and connect us to the chiral network.
I wonder if they feel super safe up here because, like, the weather. He was so far up that mountain, it was, like, stupid. Anil, judge on a level from 1 to Indian how perfect this is. Shnashnaya. Did you really, like, come out here? That's amazing. So they... Oh. Chiral coverage has expanded, granting access to the following. Climbing power gloves. No. Patience. The song. Oof.
Now displaying your current order grade. Connection confirmed. Seems to be working fine.
The Adventurer's Son. Okay.
I'll have my father take a look at the cargo you brought me a little while back. But knowing him, he might vanish the moment I turn around. People have given him a nickname. The Adventurer. He takes it a bit too far sometimes, but it's not like he would stop if I asked him to. Anyway, as my way of saying thanks for tracking him down, I've shared a schematic for... They can help you climb... Try them on for size. Thank you again. Good luck, and sit. Much appreciated, Sam.
Okay.
You should get plenty of rest. Frostbite can be serious. We have to make sure you're not showing signs. Another thing, we need to talk about Hartman's situation.
I ain't trying to talk about
Come
nothing.
and see me when you get back to the DH Magellan.
No, man. I ain't trying to talk about nothing. Let me take on some of these as well. No, I need to take on stuff that leads me back here. Not anything else. I like both of their pictures in the thing. And he's like kind of pushed off of it. I've never seen one of you with like a little carrier. So I must have moved up in the game to where they're showing me nicer vehicles now. Don't mind if I take it and keep it. 2 guns on you too. Somebody built this and they're fucking crazy. How do I like this thing? Am I liking the car? don't know. What do we have down there? Damn, Yusuf. Yusuf's
I really
so
wish
crazy.
to see Karen Fukuhara as the Atsu in Yote, but instead we get a non-binary, Fatsu. I really wished it could have been Fukuhara. That would have been a great birthday present ever for me today.
It's your birthday, dude. Thank you for overwhelming as the biggest contribution this stream. May no one seek to oppose you. Let me try to get this like over there. Well done here. I have never heard someone refer to, instead of Atsu, it's Fatsu. Y'all are wild, baby. Y'all so crazy. Y'all are so crazy, Fatsu. That's awful. Man, I'm trying to fly around the UFO. What the fuck?
Oh my god, Kyle, you'd be bored with that in like 3 seconds.
No. You're not thinking about it properly. To really fly around in a UFO. So you guys are saying you're having some sort of connection issue? Tell me your cup size if you can hear me, and if you can't, then it's time for you to know that I am coming out as half transgender at long last. I'm halfway out. I may or may not want you to know I'm going to partially expose coming out. Why must we play these games? To chart America? I didn't ask you this nature. This is that shit I saw earlier from another. Oh hell! Oh hell! Just chill. None of this is that serious to anybody. So gross. You should have given it pulsating lights. That should be a little creepy. Just a little bit. Just a little bit down, baby. I'm crazy day. Let me show you what the tendril means. Tendril S-P-E-C-T just vanished like a BT. Sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to my metal. What is this? Nothing. Hey guys, isn't this game cool? Bro, holy shit. There's more nothing over here. Oh my god. Say my name and just tell me what the hell's going on here. O'Neill says, I don't know my cup size, but I am leaking milk. Just for that, I'm gonna put on some furry shit. I'm gonna put on some furry shit. I thought there was some shit about a furry convention. We're gonna watch a furry convention. As a matter of fact, all of you can vote for which video we watch right now. Unless one of you wants to donate and then go watch another video. Don't make it cringe like about some loser I don't care about. Nothing about people. I'm trying to do like, you know, topics. Like I was kind of down with this furry convention thing. It sounds funny. It sounds like a simpler time, you know? And everybody was having a good time. Furries were the craziest thing going on. Not these other attention seekers that are all like, ooh me, bro. God's sake. $3,000 ceramics, for God's sake. Do you eat lunch? That's like all my Carl. God damn, bro. This is so boring. I'm gonna come back here with fucking what? Ceramics? I don't have ceramics. I'll take that thing as far back as it goes. Like, where else would this go? Is that you over there? Could be not. I don't know.
Come on, let's get this done.
Shut up, you shut up. What's that? Let's just take the metal, if it is. And if it's not, then we'll leave. But I could be riding those rails all the way back to Ceramic Land right now. And then spending the last of my penis crystals on that. And I'm wondering how the fuck I'm supposed to get more penis crystals. That's what I get. Because I'm supposed to be jumping off and collecting every group of penis crystals I see. That's how this game's meant to be good. Gotcha. Yay. I picked up 120 just now. I thought there was... Okay, there it is. See? Not only is there you driving from point A to point B with a bunch of obstacles placed in your face, but you can jump off and engage into a piece of candy. Huh? How about that? Soma BT says, go fight monster. You mean like that big floating thing in the sky? You think I have enough ammunition for whatever that's supposed to be? I feel like I need to come that or hope that the fight has a bunch of people bringing me ammo in the middle of it. Jesus Christ. So none of you seem too enthusiastic. I gotta thank Yusuf again. And what I'm gonna do is, that is not what I think that is right there. But it's something. How much might you say you care? Is this what you think it is? What the hell is this? This feels like it's a terminal that should pop up, and yet nothing does. So it's physically here, but I'm not meant to engage with it yet. Hooray. Fucking hooray. Yikes. A furry parade! You motherfuckers seem to be missing a goddamn point of what I'm suggesting. So we're gonna look up something that is like, you know what? Let's look it up right now. Let's look it up right now. Furry. Let's see what comes up, bro. Are they zoophiles 1 year ago? Jesus Christ. The Pittsburgh Pirates and Furries. An unequated love story. The Pittsburgh Pirates and Furries. So you remember that. Pirates and Furries. I went to Spirit Halloween in a fursuit. You're kind of missing what I'm looking up. The Anthrocon Fursuit Parade No Poodling Furry Drama. That's the one. That's the one right there.
Alright guys, let's talk about the Anthrocon Fursuit Parade changes that have a lot of furries really upset right now. Now for those that don't remember, back in October of last year, Anthrocon made an announcement about some of the changes they would be making to the future of their convention. They pretty much said that the convention couldn't continue to exist or function at the rate that it was. Obviously changes...
Hold on. Now this person's name is Beta Eta De Lota. Beta Eta De Lota.
Beta Eta De Lota.
Why did Enver say, God, please, no, please, God, no? I'm sorry that it has to go down like this. But we should educate ourselves and know what's going on. I remember a time where the internet was so fun and carefree that, you know, there were Lindas all over the place. And all we needed to do was snap our fingers if we wanted some funny story about some furry convention. And some guy that's like, I think animals are better than people and that they can love you as long as it's consensual. And all this shit. And now... a group of people has really upped the ante to where it's not even fun, okay? So let's just do what we're doing, okay? No big deal. Wait a minute. Damn, this is a 33-minute video. One of you needs to make an executive decision about whether this is going to be that interesting.
I have terrible...
This thing says the Pittsburgh Pirates and Furries and Unequated Love Story. That's only 8 minutes. And it was 10 days ago that was uploaded. This motherfucker said, why furries have such a bad reputation? Please, furries are fine these days. Furries are fine these days. Because you don't hear about them. It's like they taking they taking it easy. Ooh, I don't like seeing this shit. I don't like seeing this thing. This is different. Furry fandom's most controversial headgear. So this dude's like a furry dude specialist? What the fuck? Is he a furry himself? Oh my god. This is so gay. So... I'm not weird. What is happening? Look, I'm gonna let y'all decide because I know you're falling over yourself to give a shit. So, Pittsburgh Pirates and Furries and Unequated Love Story. The Anthrocon Fursuit Parade No Poodling Furry Drama.
Pup hoods. I feel...
Or pup hoods. Furry... Like, honestly, my eyeball just felt like it was trying to pop out of my skull just now, and I had to, like, stop it. I had to, like, you know... I had to make it calm down.
I can't believe without you. I can't leave anymore. I can't leave.
Well, here's my idea. I'm gonna go drop all of this metal back at that facility back there. And then I'm gonna go to get the ceramic, and I'm gonna come back, and then I'm gonna cry with you guys about how I don't have enough chiral penis crystals, which you guys are realizing is part of the ordeal here. The chiral crystals. You're gonna see exactly the kind of time I've been wasting developing some sort of monorail network. Did you guys choose? Alex Mighty said, how about no furry stuff? Is that how you really feel? Is that how the whole stream feels? You guys don't want to participate in my furry nonsense when I gave you the opportunity to choose something? And you chose nothing? You chose to have 8-cup breasts? Are those breasts at all? You see the redundance? You see like what, you see, what, you know what I mean? I'm asking you how you like your steak, and you're saying don't even cook it? Huh? Get out. Not the stream, just like get out, sister. Get out. Stand ready for my arrival, ghosts. I inhabit the chamber. Whoops. A gatequake is happening. That's crazy. Hey, dudes. Gonna need you to hold on to some stuff. Wait, this is all already in here. Yikes. Gonna need you to hold on to some stuff, bro. Muchacho. Let's hold on to some stuff. Whoa, buddy, bro. Let's hold on to some. There it is. Place in the locker. Anil says, do you actually care? Because no one else does. No one else does in the way of like, I should put something else on, or just put this on, or do you care about the furry thing? Or are you asking if I even care about listening to any of this to completion? What should I care about? You tell me so. Let me look something else up. Soma says, let's listen to the freaks. You guys feel like you're over it. I can feel you fighting against it. No! No! I wasn't! Dressing things from the or distressing things from the internet. It said dressing. Like salad dressing. Let's listen to distressing things from the internet then. Sure. I want to watch a monkey dust episode with you guys. That is not how the internet works. You can't just be watching monkey dust episodes while I play Death Stranding. It would be hot though. That shit would be hot. Who owns the rights to monkey dust? We got to make it transformative. Monkey dust is like 20 years old, right?
If you're anything like me, by this point you've probably seen or heard of almost every major aviation accident out there, and even many of the lesser known ones. But I can assure you there's still cases out there that have horrifying stories and twists that very few people have ever heard of. And in this first entry, I'm going to tell you about one of them. Despite the terrifying story behind it,
this video is called Distressing Things from the Internet, Volume 38. This would imply there are 37 other volumes, none of which you've probably heard. None of which I'm giving you the opportunity to even interface with before we begin with this one. And begin well.
Air Indiana Flight 216 has mostly just been forgotten to time. Even if you have heard of it, there's a twist at the end of this that is incredibly heartbreaking. And that's an aspect that I'm 100% sure most of you have never heard of. I'll tell you everything, but as usual, let's get into the backstory. The story begins in 1977 in Evansville, Indiana, a city with a big heart and one that at the time had a very deep love for its college basketball team, the University of Evansville Purple Aces. This team had made history just 2 years earlier by winning the NCAA Division II championship. This was a big deal, especially for a school of its size. The players were young, confident, and looking ahead to their first full season competing in D1. They weren't national stars or anything yet, but they were certainly building something special here. With a new coach in charge, Bobby Watson, who had just taken over
your college athletes. They're really making a name for themselves, but more importantly, your school. You're just passing them, giving them whatever grades, because that's not what their future is. Their future is the ball. Oh, yes.
wanna suck your dick? If you make me your wife.
Damn. I used to think dancers were stupid when I was young. And then I met some, like, b-ballers. And I realized they just as stupid. What's crazy is, like, you would think the boxers and football players, American football, that they would have, like, taken enough shots to the head to have, like, reasoning issues, right? But no, just basketball players were dumb as fuck, and a lot of that is. Shut up.
Okay.
I want to try some. It's just. Fuck that! The hell is going on over there? I was gonna shoot at that big thing and realize something absolutely stupid was happening near me. What the fuck was that? Nope. Holy shit. God damn, that shit was fucking creepy. And it had all of the, like, what's going on? You know what I mean? It had all of the stillness of something just being wrong. Whoa, that sucked. That sucked. God, fuck this game. And it's like, it's so easy to do the, like, okay, you and I make villains that are, not villains, but like, I want to say a horde that's coming at you. It's got to be a sharp inhaling noise that seems to be happening without cease. Like, let me exhale to give you a good one. That kind of shit, and they're just coming at you. Yeah, yeah. Enough of that, and you'd be like, what? You'd be like, huh? What is this? You want noises that will really make you just be like, no. No, none of this. Whatever's happening, I think, yeah, no. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he hit True Silver Wolf hit him with the zoop. Yeah, dude! Yo, zoop! You know what I mean? Well, one of them things where it's like, there's no time to communicate you're leaving. If you're there with somebody, they just look back and you're gone. Linda says, please don't do that again. Oh my god, Linda, what were you sleeping? Linda. I've fallen so far. Linda used to love everything I used to do. Used to love the rhythm, the current, even if it all couldn't fit. That's why Dia rose to the occasion. Somehow more compact, but so much more space to put stuff away. You know, she's like what I call a TARDIS. Stop. She's bigger. On the inside, okay. Why did you come back here? What is your purpose here? What happened out there? It was so spookaloops. Unreasonably so. I did nothing. Every time I come out here, it's time to fall. We begin the video as Anil suggests. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
That fall, things were looking even better, and everyone was just excited to see the full season unfold. Unfortunately though, this team's season would be cut short in a way that nobody could have ever imagined. The situation begins in December of 1977 when they were scheduled to play an away game against Middle Tennessee State University. Normally, this was the kind of trip they would have taken by bus, like every other road game. That had always been their team. But this time, Coach Watson decided to change it up a bit. I'm not sure exactly why, but one can assume it was about either convenience, or maybe showing the team they were entering a new era. It could have just been something you wanted to do the odd time, but whatever.
Hey, is there a reason that bag of holding sounds like so fucking funny to me? Because it's packing the nerdiness of like a classic Dungeons and Dragons like stupid thing that somebody's saying, but also it sounds a little dumb, you know? My shield of slicing, you know? My sword of puncture, you know? I only say slice shields because you guys you want to carve people up with it. You want to be some Captain America shit these days. You guys are corny. You know what I mean? You gotta have a sword you pulled out of a stone and shit. That's cool. Oh, you see this sword? I removed it from a place no one else could. It's kind of like Mjolnir, but cooler. Who thinks? Wait, listen. What's cooler to you guys? Shoes of walking. My bag of holding. Something about bag of holding sounds hilarious, man. I'm not gonna get cooler than that. What's with all these nasty fucking things in the sky and shit, and all of the fog? Fuck this, man. This game used to be playable, and now I can't see anything. That's your game? Low visibility and time fall everywhere because what you want me to be doing is like going and talking to your bitch in the ship, but I'm like, I want to live my life. What is that nasty strand going down there about? Ew. Oh my god. Sorry, I could have just I could have started this thing maybe. Alrighty then. Is this place creating ceramics without me here? Or did somebody else do this for me? Because it looked as though I saw a bunch of ceramics in here. Nope, it just created 3, which is adorable. A coffin board. Okay. Let's start this. Sorry. There's a cloak of billowing. That's what I want. That's what I want out of a good cape, is for it to like majestically billow with a breeze that doesn't make sense, like the cape moves in slow motion almost. See, that's what people don't understand in games these days. They're not cool enough to get that. What you need are physics on a cape that are like that like somebody's really with that distant horn, just like, and it's just, this is the cape noise. You know what I mean? That's the noises it's maping, cape flapping. Shut up. You shut up.
For the reason they ended up flying this time. The charter was a DC-3 aircraft owned by Air Indiana, and on December 13th, 1977, the team boarded the plane at Evansville Regional Airport. In total, there were 29 people on board, including players, coaches, staff, and crew. And at first, everything went completely fine. It just seemed to be very routine. The plane fired up and began taxiing the runway. Some players were excited, some were anxious as flying wasn't something they liked doing, just typical stuff. It was dark and cold that night, and the aircraft lifted off the runway just after 7:20 p.m., but horribly, it never made it far. Just 90 seconds into the flight, the plane struggled to gain altitude, clipped a row of trees, and crashed into a field just outside of the airport.
Oh, jeez.
All 29 people on board were killed. Every player, every crew member, all staff, as well as their new coach. It's just horrible. The plane was, of course, decimated. Emergency crews responded fast.
That's not where I expected this to go. It's kind of bleak, bro. And after all of that silliness that I was on, it's like, what the fuck? I thought it was all just fun and games, you know? You know, I'm realizing sometimes, no. Life is surreal. Life is serial business. Load cargo. Yes. Here is all the cargo I'm loading. Oh, I can bring the resin too. Okay. There was a coffin and that cannot be loaded onto a monorail. Now I know, and knowing is half the battle. Let me make sure I did this right. Fortnite F8 is where I want to go. Load cargo. I'm so sorry. Damn it. So load it to Fortnite. Cargo loaded. Get on monorail, and then dispatch should take me where I want to go. I'm sorry that any part of this seems confusing.
Crystal Dynamics is the
Alright, fine, I just
There's
wanted
nothing
this
on
all
earth
work.
like a genuine, bona fide, electrified 6-car monorail.
Fine.
What I say? Monorail. What's it called? That's right, monorail.
I wanted to ride the monorail. This is it?
I hear those things are awfully loud.
It flies as softly as a cloud.
This is it?
Is there a chance the track could bend?
I think this track does bend.
What about a spring that's
Oh,
slow?
there it is.
You'll be given cushy job. Will you check here by the devil? No,
Okay,
good
so
sir,
I'm
I'm on the level.
Alright, fine. The ring came off my pudding can. Take my penknife, Michael Mann. I'm on the monorail. All I gotta do is wait.
Again, there were
Here's your...
The official investigation would later point to the aircraft being overloaded and improperly balanced. One of the control surfaces in the tail had also been locked in a fixed position, making it nearly impossible to control once it was airborne. The entire University of Evansville men's basketball team, a very promising young team.
Guys, can I show you something? You know, this thing looks like it says trans. If they weren't white, you know what I mean? I'd be real confused. Should look like it was blue with a pink stripe and it said trans. Is that for real? It's just white. It's white. That's what the color was. It's because of this insane filter out here. However, in the lighting just now, it looked like this thing was blue. And then the color looked pink. And it looked like it said trans. Trans crater? I'm seeing it everywhere.
Team was gone, wiped out in a matter of seconds. Well, that is except one player, and oh my god, I can't even begin to imagine how he felt. The only player on this team who wasn't on that flight was an 18-year-old freshman named David Furr. David had been recovering from an ankle injury at the time, and so he wasn't suiting up for this game. He stayed behind in Evansville while his teammates flew out. Only his life was spared. And he had been a promising player, part of a new wave of talent recruited to bring the Aces into D1, and needless to say, David was absolutely devastated and highly confused on what to do next.
So, you happen to be the final destination survivor? I'm surprised none of you thought it. That's the most normie here's what I've trained myself to think in to make myself more in tune with the everyman. I've learned to think in terms of Reddit top comments. Exactly the shit that a Redditor would think. You know what I mean? I think that's like the Al Bundy of the current day. I think the current Al Bundy is somewhere between a Redditor and a brain rot enjoying just TikTok like junkie. Is it going through? Why would I dismount? It's supposed to keep going. Eject me. Shoot me out like a penis. There we go. It said dismount like I could get on top of the building. I should try that one day. Anil says, I thought it, Kyle. I just didn't say it because you're right, it's basic.
Enough already. Mourning so many people who were essentially family was extremely difficult for the young man, especially knowing the fashion that they went out and the guilt that came with it. But unbelievably, he would never have a chance to process these feelings fully, as David Furr's luck was only temporary.
Bro. Is it basic now? Is it basic now? Is he gonna say something about Final Destination? Is somebody saying something about it in the chat? I mean, in the comment section? What? Bro, tell me it ain't Kyle AF though. They were already thinking it before I said it, bro. Listen. You gotta get into people's mind holes. How are we so good at doing it? When the basic... This is why gaming falling to this much of a low is as cripplingly tragic as it is. Because a monkey could do this. You think it's hard to like figure out what people think is cool and would work? It's not hard. It's not hard. It's hard if you're an idiot. It's hard if you're an ideologically compromised alphabet bastard. This is why I go fucking loopy, man. Is because the first... And I know that it's basic, bro, but... Basic works. Basic is the exact wavelength. Symbiote said, I'm riding a monorail like a garbage man. Jealous. Hey, look, it's those assholes. Trying to fuck, man. Can't fuck, man. Can't fuck, man, anymore. At least I could go spend the last of my Chirilium or whatever the fuck it's called. Chirilium? Is that what it's called? I hope I didn't make that name up. That would sound so stupid. Chirilium. I think I can ride this shit to this station, but I can't ride it away because I've yet to activate this place. But I did connect the monorail already. So, you know. It's working out. Why has he made this his thumbnail? Do you see this? Is he trying to get like little kids in his audience? What is he doing?
This one's in place at this timeline. You know what? And then it's a mess because you got timelines and you have multiverses.
Guys, what the hell is this thumbnail? Is this who he is now? You better not go down these rabbit holes. Dude, I would get shut down in a day if I started courting a kid audience from anywhere. Because there's a chance that they could get connected to some of the other bullshit on my channel, which is all explosively titty-centric. I thought his shit is like not... I don't know. Everybody's content's kind of tame. Maybe. Well, God, I don't want to blur any lines about who my content is intended for. Sometimes YouTube will lock the comments of my videos without any say on my part. Holy shit, man. We playing some funny games. Okay, I should have took that car. Yikes. I didn't take the car. I took the car. Can you take me higher to a place? I can use this. I can use this to go away. Can you take me higher? I ain't taking none of that. I ain't taking none of that. Okay, you want me to take something? You want me to put something on there? How about the resin? There you go. Now let's get on the monorail and get
Just 2 weeks later, on a cold night in late December, David was in a car with his 16-year-old brother, Byron. They were driving near Newton, Illinois, and nobody knows exactly what caused the accident, whether it was ice or something mechanical, but whatever it was, the result was final. The car went off the road, crashed, and both David Furr and his brother Byron were killed instantly. The only member of the 1977 Purple Aces to survive the plane crash was now deceased as well. Within a single month, the entire team and the one young man who escaped the initial tragedy were all gone. Evansville was understandably completely devastated. The season was canceled immediately, funerals took place almost daily over the following weeks, and families buried sons, brothers, boyfriends, and friends who had been wearing their jerseys just days before. The university later created...
Like, imagine an entire classroom, an entire fucking grocery store, an entire building downtown, an entire freaking sports team in this case is gone, and daily they're having fucking funerals. That is sick. It's poor. It's a scenario people gotta go through.
Memorials, including a sculpture on campus known as the Weeping Basketball, and a plaza bearing the names of everyone lost that. For many people who live in Evansville, December 13th is still a heavy date. But David Furr's story adds a layer that almost feels just too cruel to believe. The one player spared from one of the worst tragedies in college sports history was taken soon after in an entirely separate accident. Rest in peace to the University of Evansville Purple Aces team of 1977, as well as everyone else that was on board.
Although Evansville's a large city, it still has a very small town flavor to it. And the community had accepted these boys and this team, especially the new coach, as their own family. And so it's a very personal loss. It's not something that you can simply read about in the newspaper and then put it out of your mind. It stays with you. We feel a deep personal loss.
I can't.
Before this standoff ever made headlines,
like, this game will put me to sleep. I know I'm supposed to go beat up monsters. I'll go do it later. It's a checklist of shit. Like, believe it or not, I actually want to finish the Road Network. And, like, I can't believe that the fighting of the monsters, it feels almost like a checklist to get the thing that I need to get the next thing that I need. If it feels like the Minecrafting kind of get this to get the next thing without all of the fun. Like, I want to be able to build the world in my image, but I know I need to get to pretty much the end of the game before that. So Neil says, I feel you, man. It's put me to sleep, too. I'm so freaking sorry. It's work, dude. That's what Death Stranding is. It's work. And there's a lot of fun in that for some people. Kojima made an ASMR game. You said it right, man, because it is trying to be like a live service without being a live service. It is a low-key training, like Uber driver delivery nigga, like application, a virtual application. The Kojima's gonna submit this data to the government and see who would be a good drone motherfucker that does not need to be. Yikes. So I love ya. This was lengthy, and it's not the only thing that's lengthy, but you guys can't do anything with that, and that's good. Super artsy fartsy walking game. My favorite part is when I be walking and then the game be like, listen to this song. Or this one guitar song. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. It's gonna kill him for one time. We driving, and then the music come on, and it's like, don't stop, pop that pussy, let me see your doodle brown. I wanna rock, I wanna rock, I wanna rock, I wanna rock, I wanna rock right now. And then Sam jump up on top of the car, start booty shaking while he driving with one hand. Doodle brown, doodle brown, doodle brown. And then baby start laughing. Lou start laughing. Ha 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 ha. And he takes off the thing and starts spinning it on one finger. Doodle brown. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Someone should gift Kyle House Flipper 2. There's a House Flipper 2. What's it? So the first one's just foolishness? Now that there's a House Flipper 2? What's to stop me from thinking? Well, it's probably years between the releases, so I can't say this like rude. Oh my god, wow, did you hear that? Yikes, I may be hungry. Maybe be hungry. I can't believe I went to save Bim Salabim and it's like I didn't get anything for that. That's your dad. I saved his life. Oh, sometimes he goes out, you know, they call him the adventurer. Like, no, he was almost dead out there. And if I didn't happen across him, he would still be out there. He'd be dead. Is he undying like everybody else? Is that the thing that they can do? Jesus Lord. So, guys, there's my Steam penis list. My normal wish list is below. I have faith in you. I believe in you. Go clear out that entire Amazon wish list. And when I come back, we'll dedicate the day-long stream to you. It'll be a nightmare, you know? I'm sorry that I'm being all weird about my thoughts on Superman. I don't know if what I want is for a honeymoon period to pass, because I think the best gauge of anything is time passing and anybody remembering this thing. What pisses me off is that it was already going to make enough money off the Superman name already for them to justify continuing with this dog shit that they're doing. And I think the start is so foolish that it only has stupid places to go. But it could be enough for a Zoomer era of niggas that cap over everything the way they cap over Invincible. And that's what I think this is for. I think Superman now is for capping losers that would take an anime that's not even that good and just post one fight scene from it that's decent and say, this is peak. Hey, yo, everybody need to be on this right now. And I was talking shit on Twitter because of Lazarus, which is this new show that they were trying to really market with Cowboy Bebop because it's Watanabe involved, and it is in no way, and God, man, it is so on the nose with its nonsense. Transgender nonsense. Alright, guys, I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Stay out of trouble. I love you, and just message and let me know, and there's a House Flipper too, dude. So I should give up on House Flipper 1? I should just give up, because I'm going to have to restart anyway. That's not the way at all. I'll catch you guys soon. I have love for you. Come back and get it. Later.